entire story of the Brotherhood of Steel. Welcome back to Wasteland Chronicles, where we dive deep into the most legendary stories of the post-apocalyptic world. I'm your host, and today we're embarking on an epic journey spanning over 2 centuries of warfare, technology, and survival. Before we begin this incredible tale, make sure to hit that subscribe button and ring the notification bell, because this is going to be the most comprehensive Brotherhood of Steel story ever told on YouTube. Picture this. The year is 2077. Captain Roger Maxson stands in the sterile corridors of Mariposa Military Base, his hands trembling as he stares at classified documents that will change everything he believes about his country, his military, and humanity itself. In those papers lies evidence so horrifying, so unthinkable, that it will drive him to commit an act of treason that echoes through the wasteland for the next 200 years. But this isn't just the story of one man's moral awakening. This is the saga of an organization that began as a desperate act of rebellion and evolved into the most technologically advanced military force in the post-nuclear world. From the ashes of the Great War emerged warriors clad in power armor, wielding energy weapons that could slice through steel, guided by a philosophy that would both save and damn the wasteland. Imagine massive airships floating over the ruins of civilization. Picture knights in steel, walking through irradiated cities, their very presence striking fear into raiders and hope into settlers. Envision scribes hunched over ancient terminals, preserving the technological marvels that once brought humanity to the brink of extinction. This is the Brotherhood of Steel, and their story is written in laser fire and nuclear ash. You'll witness the moment when a decorated military officer chose conscience over duty, leading to the birth of a movement that would challenge governments, topple empires, and reshape the very fabric of post-war society. You'll see how a small group of soldiers and their families transformed from refugees fleeing a nuclear holocaust into the most feared and respected military organization in the wasteland. But here's what makes this story truly compelling. Every victory came with a price. Every technological advancement raised moral questions that haunt the Brotherhood to this day. Every decision to help or hinder the wasteland's recovery reflected a deeper struggle between preservation and progress, between elite responsibility and democratic freedom. We'll explore their greatest triumphs, the day they helped a wanderer from Vault 13 destroy the Master's army of super mutants. The moment they unleashed Liberty Prime, a giant robot spouting anti-communist propaganda while hurling nuclear footballs at the Enclave. The times they chose to share their advanced technology to bring clean water to the entire Capital Wasteland. But we'll also examine their most devastating failures. The war with the New California Republic that shattered their western stronghold. The internal schisms that split brothers against brothers. The moments when their rigid ideology blinded them to the needs of the people they claimed to protect. This is a story of power, armor, and plasma rifles, but it's also a story of human nature itself. It's about the price of knowledge, the burden of responsibility, and the eternal question that haunts every post-apocalyptic survivor who can be trusted with the power to build or destroy civilization. From the pre-war military bases of 2077 to the Commonwealth campaign of 2287, we'll follow every major chapter, every crucial decision, and every legendary figure who shaped the Brotherhood's destiny. You'll meet the visionary leaders who guided them through their darkest hours and their greatest victories. You'll understand the philosophy that drives them to hoard technology while claiming to protect humanity from its own destructive impulses. And here's something that will keep you listening until the very end. Deep within this story lies a secret that connects every Brotherhood chapter, every major decision, and every faction they've ever encountered. It's a truth so fundamental that it explains why they've survived when other organizations have fallen, why they inspire both loyalty and fear, and why their choices in the coming years will determine whether humanity rises from the ashes or falls back into darkness. But I'm getting ahead of myself. To understand where the Brotherhood is going, we must first understand where they came from. We must witness the moment when everything changed. When a career soldier looked into the abyss of human experimentation and chose to rebel against the very system he had sworn to serve. So settle in, because this is more than just a history lesson. This is the definitive chronicle of the Brotherhood of Steel, told with all the depth, complexity, and moral ambiguity that makes the Fallout universe so compelling. Whether you've explored every bunker in the wasteland, or you're just beginning your journey into this post-nuclear world, this story will give you new insights into one of gaming's most iconic factions. The bombs may have fallen 2 centuries ago, but the consequences of that October day in 2077 are still unfolding. The Brotherhood of Steel stands at the center of that continuing story. And today, you're going to discover why their motto Ad Victoriam has become both a battle cry and a burden that defines the future of human civilization. Pre-war context and world building. To truly understand the Brotherhood of Steel, we must first step back into the world that created them. The year 2077 represents the culmination of a century-long spiral toward global annihilation, and the United States of America that Captain Roger Maxson served bore little resemblance to the nation we know today. This was an America transformed by the Resource Wars, a series of conflicts that had raged across the globe since 2052. Oil, uranium, and other critical resources had become so scarce that nations were willing to wage total war for control. The great game of international politics had devolved into a desperate scramble for survival, and the United States had emerged as one of the last superpowers standing. But this victory came at a terrible cost. American society had become militarized beyond recognition. Propaganda posters lined every street corner, promoting patriotic duty and technological supremacy. The Vault-Tec Corporation had convinced millions of citizens to sign up for underground shelters, supposedly designed to protect them from nuclear war. What most didn't know was that these vaults were actually massive social experiments designed to test human behavior under extreme conditions. Corporate power had reached levels that would have been unthinkable in earlier eras. Companies like West Tech, Robco Industries, and Poseidon Energy wielded influence that rivaled government agencies. They had unlimited government contracts, access to classified research, and the freedom to pursue projects that pushed the boundaries of science and ethics. The military-industrial complex that President Eisenhower had once warned about had become the backbone of American civilization. Defense contractors weren't just building weapons, they were reshaping human society itself. Power armor technology, developed for use in the Resource Wars, represented the pinnacle of personal protection and combat effectiveness. Fusion technology promised unlimited clean energy. Robotics and artificial intelligence were revolutionizing manufacturing and warfare, but beneath the gleaming surface of technological advancement lay a darkness that few were permitted to see. In classified facilities scattered across the nation, scientists and military personnel were conducting research that violated every principle of human dignity and moral conduct. Mariposa Military Base was one of these facilities. Located in the California desert, it appeared to be just another military installation, home to companies of soldiers preparing for the inevitable invasion of China. But beneath the surface lay laboratories where the most classified research in American history was taking place. The forced evolutionary virus, known as Phi-V, represented the ultimate biological weapon. Developed initially by West Tech Corporation and later transferred to military control, This virus was designed to create super soldiers capable of surviving in post-nuclear environments. The research was so sensitive that only personnel with the highest security clearances were permitted to know the full scope of the project. Captain Roger Maxson had earned his position through years of exemplary service. Born into a military family, he had embodied the values of duty, honor, and patriotism that defined the officer corps. His service record was spotless, his loyalty unquestioned, and his leadership abilities recognized by superiors who trusted him with the most sensitive assignments. Maxson commanded respect from his men, not through fear or intimidation, but through competence and genuine care for their welfare. In an era when many officers saw soldiers as expendable resources, Maxson maintained the old-school belief that a leader's primary responsibility was to his troops. This philosophy would prove crucial in the days to come. The men and women under Maxson's command represented the best of the American military. They were volunteers who had undergone extensive training in power, armor operation, energy weapons maintenance, and advanced tactical procedures. Many came from military families themselves, carrying on traditions of service that stretched back generations. These soldiers believed they were serving a noble cause. They thought their presence at Mariposa was part of America's preparation for the final push against Chinese forces. They trusted their government, their officers, and their mission. The idea that they might be complicit in something monstrous was unthinkable. But October 2077 would shatter these illusions forever. As tensions with China reached their breaking point, as nuclear submarines prowled the Pacific Ocean, and as the countdown to global war accelerated, Captain Maxson would discover that the greatest enemy wasn't across the ocean. It was right there in the sterile laboratories beneath his feet. The civilian research staff at Mariposa worked under contracts that granted them extraordinary freedom to pursue their experiments. Dr. Robert Anderson and his team had convinced military leadership that their research was essential for national defense. They argued that FEV represented America's best hope for victory in the coming nuclear exchange. What they didn't mention in their official reports was the true nature of their test subjects. Behind locked doors, in rooms that required special clearances to enter, they were conducting experiments on living human beings. American prisoners of war, captured Chinese soldiers, and volunteers who had no idea what they were volunteering for, became subjects in a program that would have made Nazi researchers proud. The moral corruption went deeper than just the FEV project. Across the American military-industrial complex, similar research was taking place. The government that claimed to defend freedom and democracy was systematically violating every principle it supposedly stood for. The technology that promised to protect American civilians was being developed through methods that reduced human beings to laboratory animals. This was the world that shaped Roger Maxson and his soldiers. A world where patriotic duty had become separated from moral responsibility. A world where technological advancement justified any means necessary. A world where the gap between official propaganda and hidden reality had grown so wide that even dedicated military officers could no longer ignore the contradictions. The approaching Great War represented more than just a conflict between nations. It was the logical endpoint of a system that had forgotten the difference between strength and brutality, between defense and aggression, between serving the people and serving the state. The nuclear exchange that would devastate the planet wasn't an accident or a failure of diplomacy. It was the inevitable result of decisions made in facilities like Mariposa by people who had convinced themselves that any price was worth paying for victory. As October 2077 unfolded, as the final diplomatic efforts collapsed, and as military units across America prepared for the war that would end civilization, Captain Maxson stood at a crossroads that would define not just his own future, but the future of human civilization itself. The choice he was about to make would echo through the centuries, creating an organization that would both preserve and threaten the remnants of human knowledge. But that moment of truth was still days away. For now, Maxson and his soldiers continued their duties, unaware that they were about to witness horrors that would transform them from loyal servants of the state into the founders of a new order built on the ashes of the old. Roger Maxson and the founding crisis. Roger Maxson wasn't born to be a revolutionary. His father served in the cavalry during the Resource Wars. His grandfather fought in the Anchorage campaign, and military service ran through his bloodline like an inherited duty. From childhood, Maxson understood that serving his country meant more than wearing a uniform. It meant embodying the values that made America worth defending, even when those in power seemed to have forgotten what those values were. Standing 6 feet tall, with steel-gray eyes that seemed to see through pretense and propaganda, Maxson had earned his captain's bars through merit rather than connections. His men respected him because he never asked them to do anything he wouldn't do himself. When power armor malfunctioned during training exercises, Maxson was the first to crawl into the machinery and figure out the problem. When supply lines broke down, he personally ensured his soldiers ate before he touched his own rations. But it was his moral compass that truly set him apart from his peers. In an era when many officers had learned to ask how, instead of why, Maxson retained an uncomfortable habit of questioning orders that didn't make sense. His superiors tolerated this tendency because his results were undeniable. Whatever mission they gave him, he completed it with precision and minimal casualties. That reputation for competence and integrity made him the perfect choice for Mariposa Military Base. His commanding officers knew they needed someone they could trust with the most sensitive operations, someone whose loyalty was beyond question. What they didn't anticipate was that Maxson's loyalty ran deeper than blind obedience. His true allegiance belonged to principles that transcended any single government or military hierarchy. The soldiers under Maxson's command represented the finest traditions of American military service. Sergeant Patricia Reyes had grown up in a family of immigrants who saw military service as the ultimate expression of gratitude to their adopted homeland. Corporal Michael Hayes came from 3 generations of combat engineers who specialized in keeping complex machinery operational under impossible conditions. Private Elizabeth Chen had volunteered for the most dangerous assignments because she believed America's technological superiority would prevent the coming war from reaching civilian populations. These weren't mindless automatons following orders without thought. They were thinking human beings who had chosen to put their lives on the line for something greater than themselves. They trusted their government because they believed that government shared their values. They followed their officers because those officers had earned their respect through competence and care. The betrayal they were about to discover would shake that trust to its very foundation. The first hints that something was wrong came through routine administrative duties. Maxson noticed irregularities in supply requisitions, medical equipment that seemed inappropriate for a standard military installation, research materials that had nothing to do with conventional weapons development, personnel transfers that made no tactical sense unless viewed through a different lens entirely. Being a thorough officer, Maxson began asking questions. The responses he received were evasive, bureaucratic, and ultimately unsatisfying. When he pressed for clarification, he was told that certain aspects of the Mariposa operation were compartmentalized above his security clearance. This explanation might have satisfied a different kind of officer, but Maxson had spent too many years watching good soldiers die because of poor planning and inadequate information. The Bevernia Simon de Che, the 7 marked the beginning of the end for Captain Roger Maxson's faith in the system he had sworn to serve. That morning, he received new orders that required him to provide additional security for the research levels of the facility. The briefing was perfunctory, the explanation minimal, but the implications were troubling enough that Maxson decided to conduct his own investigation. What he discovered in those sterile corridors beneath Mariposa Military Base destroyed every assumption he had ever made about his country's moral foundation. Through careful observation and discreet inquiries, Maxson learned that the forced evolutionary virus research was being conducted on living human subjects, American prisoners of war who had been told they were receiving medical treatment, Chinese soldiers who had been promised repatriation in exchange for cooperation, volunteers who had signed consent forms without understanding what they were consenting to. The clinical detachment with which Dr. Anderson and his team discussed their test subjects revealed a level of dehumanization that Maxson had never encountered outside of enemy propaganda. These researchers weren't motivated by sadistic pleasure or personal malice. They genuinely believed they were serving the greater good by advancing scientific knowledge through methods that reduced human beings to expendable resources. For Maxson, this discovery represented more than just a violation of military regulations or international law. It struck at the heart of everything he had been taught to believe about American exceptionalism and moral superiority. If his own government was capable of such systematic brutality, then what separated America from the totalitarian regimes it claimed to oppose? The weight of this knowledge pressed down on Maxson like a physical burden. He found himself unable to sleep, unable to eat, unable to look his soldiers in the eye without wondering what they would think if they knew the truth. The cheerful, patriotic banter that filled the mess hall took on a horrifying irony when contrasted with the screams that occasionally echoed from the research levels. Maxson spent days wrestling with his conscience, searching for some way to reconcile his duty as an officer with his obligations as a human being. He considered taking his concerns up the chain of command, but his investigation had revealed that approval for the FEV experiments came from the highest levels of government. He thought about requesting a transfer, but that would only remove him from the situation without stopping the ongoing atrocities. The turning point came on October 15th, when Maxson witnessed the disposal of several test subjects who had died during particularly brutal experiments. Watching soldiers under his command carry body bags containing the remains of people who had trusted American promises of protection finally pushed him beyond the breaking point. He realized that silent complicity made him as guilty as the researchers conducting the experiments. That night, Maxson made a decision that would echo through the centuries. He would not simply object to the FEV program or request reassignment to a different facility. He would take direct action to stop what he now recognized as a crime against humanity itself. The method he chose reflected both his military training and his understanding of how power structures actually operated. Rather than staging a conventional mutiny or attempting to overthrow his immediate superiors, Maxson decided to document everything he had discovered and present his findings to his soldiers. He believed that good people, when confronted with irrefutable evidence of evil, would choose to do the right thing regardless of personal consequences. His faith in the men and women under his command would prove to be justified. October 18th and 19th were spent in careful preparation. Maxson gathered documentary evidence of the FEV experiments, including research notes, photographic records, and recorded conversations with research staff. He identified which personnel might be sympathetic to his position and which would likely remain loyal to existing command structures, regardless of moral considerations. Most importantly, he developed a plan that would minimize casualties while maximizing the chances of success. The morning of October 20th dawned clear and cold across the California desert. Maxson had barely slept, knowing that this day would either vindicate his faith in American values or mark him as a traitor to everything he had once believed. The choice he was about to make would transform him from a decorated officer into the founder of something entirely new, something that would outlast the government he was about to defy. Standing before his assembled troops that morning, Maxson understood that he was crossing a line from which there could be no return. The evidence he was about to present would shatter their faith in the system they had sworn to defend. The actions he was about to propose would make them all criminals in the eyes of the law they had once served. But the alternative was to remain complicit in horrors that made a mockery of everything they claimed to represent. The presentation Maxson gave that day was methodical, comprehensive, and devastating. He laid out the full scope of the FEV program, complete with documentation that left no room for doubt or denial. He explained how their own presence at Mariposa was facilitating experiments that violated every principle of human decency. He made it clear that ignorance was no longer an option, and that continued participation would make them all accessories to crimes that history would judge harshly. The response from his soldiers was immediate and unanimous. These weren't people who had joined the military to participate in atrocities. They were Americans who believed their service was protecting innocent people from the kind of systematic brutality they now discovered their own government was perpetrating. When faced with a choice between blind obedience and moral responsibility, they chose to follow their conscience rather than their orders. The confrontation with Dr. Anderson and his research team was swift and decisive. Maxson's soldiers secured the research levels, gathered all documentation related to the FEV program, and placed the civilian researchers under arrest. The moral authority behind their actions was so clear that most base personnel chose to cooperate rather than resist. Even those who disagreed with Maxson's methods understood that the situation had moved beyond normal military protocols. Dr. Anderson's attempts to justify the research program only reinforced Maxson's conviction that decisive action was necessary. The researcher genuinely believed that American victory in the coming war justified any means necessary, including the systematic torture and murder of prisoners and volunteers. His clinical description of human suffering as necessary scientific data revealed a mindset so corrupted by institutional power that redemption was impossible. The executions that followed were not acts of vengeance but necessary responses to crimes so severe that normal legal processes were inadequate. Maxson understood that allowing the researchers to live would mean allowing them to continue their work elsewhere or to provide their expertise to other similarly corrupted programs. The moral calculus was clear, even if the personal cost was devastating. Early survival and ideology formation. The radio transmission that Captain Roger Maxson sent to military command on October 20th, 2077, represented more than just an act of rebellion. It was a declaration of independence from a system that had lost its moral foundation, a desperate attempt to salvage American values from the wreckage of American institutions. Standing in the communications center at Mariposa Military Base, surrounded by soldiers who had chosen conscience over blind obedience, Maxson composed what would become one of the most important documents in post-war history. His words were carefully chosen, legally precise, and morally unambiguous. Maxson didn't simply announce his intention to disobey orders or abandon his post. He formally declared that he and his command were seceding from the United States Army, effective immediately. This wasn't desertion or mutiny in the traditional sense. It was a principled rejection of authority that had proven itself unworthy of the loyalty it demanded. The transmission included a detailed summary of the FEV experiments, complete with supporting documentation that Maxson hoped would shock military leadership into recognizing the horror they had sanctioned. He still believed, perhaps naively, that good people in positions of authority would act to stop the atrocities once they understood the full scope of what was happening at facilities like Mariposa. The silence that followed Maxson's transmission was more eloquent than any response could have been. Hour after hour passed without acknowledgement, without orders to stand down, without demands for explanation or clarification. The communication blackout suggested that either military command was too busy with more pressing matters to respond to what they considered a minor local disturbance, or they were deliberately ignoring a situation they preferred not to acknowledge. What Maxson and his soldiers didn't know was that the entire American command structure was collapsing under the weight of the approaching nuclear exchange. The final diplomatic efforts to prevent war with China had failed completely. Military leaders were focused on immediate survival rather than disciplinary actions against isolated units in remote facilities. The world was ending, and everyone with access to classified intelligence knew it. October 23, 2077, transformed everything. Maxson thought he knew about survival, leadership, and human nature. The nuclear exchange that devastated the planet vindicated his decision to break with military command while simultaneously making that decision irrelevant. There was no longer a United States Army to rebel against, no government to serve or reject. The bombs had reduced complex political questions to simple choices between life and death. The immediate aftermath of the Great War tested every assumption Maxson had made about leadership in extreme circumstances. The electromagnetic pulse from the nuclear detonations destroyed most electronic equipment, not specifically hardened against such attacks. Communications with the outside world became impossible. Supply lines that had sustained the base disappeared overnight. Personnel who had families in nearby cities faced the agonizing uncertainty of not knowing whether their loved ones had survived. Maxson's response to this crisis revealed the qualities that would make him the founder of an organization capable of surviving for centuries. Rather than allowing panic or despair to paralyze his command, he immediately shifted from rebellion mode to survival mode. The same moral clarity that had driven him to oppose the FEV program now focused on keeping his people alive in a world that had become fundamentally hostile to human life. The first challenge was radiation exposure. Mariposa Military Base had been designed to survive conventional attacks, not nuclear warfare. While the facility's underground construction provided some protection from fallout, the ventilation systems and external sensors were compromised. Maxson organized teams to seal potential contamination sources while establishing protocols for monitoring radiation levels throughout the complex. Medical care became a constant concern as personnel began showing symptoms of radiation sickness. The base medical officer, Dr. Morrison, had remained loyal to Maxson despite his initial reservations about the rebellion. His expertise in treating radiation exposure, gained through classified research programs, proved invaluable in the weeks following the nuclear exchange. Under Morrison's guidance, the survivors established treatment protocols that would later become standard practice for the Brotherhood of Steel. Food and water security presented ongoing challenges that required creative solutions. The base's emergency supplies were designed to sustain operations for weeks, not months or years. Maxson organized foraging expeditions to abandoned facilities in the surrounding area, but these missions were dangerous and often unsuccessful. Radiation contamination had made much of the local water supply unusable, forcing the survivors to develop filtration and purification methods using available equipment. The psychological impact of the situation was perhaps more challenging than the physical hardships. These were people who had devoted their lives to serving a country that no longer existed, protecting civilians who were probably dead, and maintaining equipment that might never again serve its intended purpose. The sense of purpose that had sustained them through years of military service had been shattered along with civilization itself. Maxson understood that his people needed more than just physical survival strategies. They needed a new sense of mission, a reason to keep fighting when everything they had previously fought for was gone. The ideology that would eventually define the Brotherhood of Steel began to take shape during those dark weeks in the Mariposa bunker, born from the intersection of practical necessity and moral conviction. The FEV research materials that Maxson had secured during his rebellion became the foundation for a new understanding of technology's role in human civilization. As his scientists analyzed the documentation, a pattern emerged that explained not just the specific horrors of the Mariposa experiments, but the broader trajectory that had led to global nuclear war. Technology, they realized, had outpaced human wisdom. The same scientific advances that promised prosperity and security had been turned into weapons of unprecedented destructive power. Nuclear energy could provide clean electricity for millions, or reduce entire cities to radioactive ash. Genetic engineering could cure diseases or create new forms of biological warfare. Robotics and artificial intelligence could eliminate human labor or eliminate humans themselves. The problem wasn't technology itself, but the people who controlled it. Politicians who saw advanced weapons as solutions to complex diplomatic problems. Corporate executives who prioritized profits over public safety. Military leaders who confused technological superiority with moral authority. Researchers who lost sight of ethical boundaries in their pursuit of scientific advancement. Maxson began to articulate what would become the core philosophy of the Brotherhood of Steel. Technology was too dangerous to be left in the hands of people who lacked the wisdom to use it responsibly. The nuclear war had proven that democracy, capitalism, and conventional military hierarchies were inadequate safeguards against technological catastrophe. Something new was needed, an organization dedicated specifically to preserving dangerous knowledge while preventing its misuse. This wasn't technocracy in the traditional sense of rule by experts. Maxson envisioned something more like a technological priesthood, an elite group of individuals who would bear the burden of maintaining and controlling advanced science for the greater good of humanity. These guardians would need to be more than just technically competent. They would need moral clarity, physical courage, and the wisdom to resist the temptations that had corrupted their predecessors. The hierarchical structure that emerged in the Mariposa bunker reflected both military tradition and practical necessity. The scribes who cataloged and analyzed recovered technology needed different skills from the knights who ventured into the wasteland to retrieve it. The paladins who led dangerous expeditions required different training from the quartermasters who managed scarce resources. But all of them shared a common commitment to preserving human knowledge while preventing its abuse. Recruitment became a careful balance between expanding their numbers and maintaining their standards. The wasteland was full of survivors desperate for protection and stability, but not all of them shared the Brotherhood's values or possessed the capabilities necessary for their mission. Maxson developed testing protocols that evaluated not just technical competence, but moral character, physical endurance, and psychological stability. The few outsiders who were accepted into the Brotherhood underwent intensive indoctrination designed to ensure their loyalty to the organization's principles rather than their personal ambitions. This process included education in pre-war history, technical training in advanced equipment maintenance, and philosophical instruction in the proper relationship between technology and human welfare. As months turned to years, the survivors in the Mariposa bunker began to see themselves as something more than refugees from a destroyed civilization. They were the guardians of humanity's technological heritage, the keepers of knowledge that could either rebuild the world or destroy whatever remained of it. This sense of special purpose would sustain them through the hardships of their exodus to Lost Hills and beyond. But even as Maxson shaped the Brotherhood's ideology and structure, he remained haunted by the questions that had driven him to rebellion in the first place. How could good people prevent themselves from becoming corrupted by power? How could an organization dedicated to controlling technology avoid becoming tyrannical? How could they serve humanity's interests without becoming disconnected from humanity itself? These questions would never be fully answered. But Maxson's willingness to ask them established a tradition of self-examination that would help the Brotherhood navigate the moral complexities of their mission for centuries to come. The organization he founded was imperfect, sometimes arrogant, occasionally cruel, but it never completely lost sight of the principles that had motivated its creation: Lost Hills establishment and early doctrine. The great exodus from Mariposa Military Base to Lost Hills bunker represented more than just a change of location for Roger Maxson and his followers. It was a transformative journey that tested every aspect of their emerging identity as guardians of technological knowledge. The 4-year trek across post-nuclear California forced them to confront the practical realities of their mission while establishing the operational procedures that would define the Brotherhood of Steel for generations. Maxson's decision to abandon Mariposa wasn't made lightly. The facility that had sheltered his people through the immediate aftermath of the nuclear war was becoming untenable for long-term survival. Radiation levels in the surrounding area remained dangerously high, making foraging expeditions increasingly risky. The base's infrastructure was deteriorating without access to replacement parts and maintenance supplies. Most critically, the isolation that had initially protected them was now preventing them from fulfilling their mission of preserving and controlling advanced technology. The Lost Hills bunker, a pre-war government facility located in the mountains southeast of the former San Francisco Bay Area, offered advantages that Mariposa could not provide. Intelligence gathered from surviving government communications indicated that the facility contained extensive research archives, manufacturing equipment, and defensive systems that would support their operations indefinitely. Its location provided natural protection while allowing access to the wider wasteland where dangerous technology waited to be secured. But reaching Lost Hills required crossing hundreds of miles of irradiated wasteland, populated by mutated creatures, desperate human survivors, and environmental hazards that defied conventional military planning. The expedition that departed Mariposa in 2081 included not just the original military personnel who had followed Maxson's rebellion, but their families, civilian specialists, and a growing number of wasteland recruits who had proven themselves worthy of Brotherhood membership. The journey itself became a crucible that forged the Brotherhood's distinctive culture and operational methods. Daily encounters with radiation storms, mutated wildlife, and hostile survivors required constant adaptation of tactics and equipment. The power armor that had been developed for conventional warfare proved invaluable in this new environment, but it required modifications that pushed the technical skills of Brotherhood mechanics to their limits. Sergeant Patricia Reyes, who had become Maxson's most trusted deputy, led scouting parties that ranged far ahead of the main column to identify threats and opportunities. Her reports detailed not just immediate dangers, but patterns of post-war settlement and technology distribution that would inform Brotherhood's strategy for decades. The information she gathered revealed that other military units had survived the nuclear exchange, but most had either died off or devolved into raider gangs that preyed on civilian survivors. The Brotherhood's superiority in organization, equipment, and training became evident through their interactions with these other groups. Where other survivors fought desperately for short-term advantages, the Brotherhood maintained discipline and long-term thinking that allowed them to overcome seemingly impossible obstacles. Where others hoarded resources selfishly, the Brotherhood shared what they could spare with civilian settlements that demonstrated worthy values and useful capabilities. These encounters also reinforced Maxson's conviction that his organization represented humanity's best hope for technological preservation. Time and again, they discovered valuable pre-war equipment in the hands of people who lacked the knowledge to maintain it properly. Fusion-powered vehicles abandoned for lack of understanding. Medical equipment used as scrap metal. Computer terminals containing irreplaceable data left to deteriorate in radioactive ruins. The philosophy of technological guardianship that had emerged in the Mariposa bunker was refined through practical application during the Exodus. Brotherhood scribes developed protocols for evaluating recovered technology based not just on its immediate utility, but its potential for misuse. Weapons that could cause mass destruction required the highest levels of security and oversight. Medical technology that could save lives was shared more freely, but only with groups that demonstrated responsible stewardship. Knight Captain Hayes, whose engineering background made him invaluable for maintaining their mobile equipment, established training programs that ensured every Brotherhood member understood the basic principles behind their advanced technology. This wasn't just practical necessity but philosophical imperative. The Brotherhood rejected the pre-war trend toward technological dependence without understanding. Their people would master the tools they used rather than becoming slaves to machinery they couldn't comprehend. The arrival at Lost Hills in 2135 marked the beginning of the Brotherhood's transformation from refugee organization to permanent institution. The pre-war facility exceeded their expectations in almost every respect. Deep underground chambers provided security against radiation and attack. Manufacturing equipment allowed them to produce spare parts and modifications for their advanced technology. Research laboratories contained archives of scientific knowledge that would take decades to fully catalog and understand. But perhaps most importantly, Lost Hills offered the stability necessary for developing the formal structures that would allow the Brotherhood to survive Roger Maxson's eventual death. The aging founder understood that his organization's long-term success depended on creating institutions stronger than any individual leader. The hierarchy, training programs, and philosophical foundations established at Lost Hills would need to function effectively long after his personal authority was removed from the equation. The formal codification of Brotherhood doctrine began with the establishment of the Codex, a comprehensive document that outlined their mission, methods, and moral principles. Unlike the constitutions and legal codes of pre-war governments, the Codex was designed to be both flexible enough to adapt to changing circumstances and rigid enough to preserve essential values. It established clear chains of command while ensuring that those commands remained consistent with Brotherhood principles. The rank structure that emerged at Lost Hills reflected both military tradition and the unique requirements of their technological mission. Initiates began with basic training that included not just physical conditioning and weapons proficiency, but education in pre-war history, scientific principles, and moral philosophy. Those who demonstrated aptitude and commitment could advance to specialized roles as scribes, knights, or paladins, each with distinct responsibilities and authority levels. Scribes became the intellectual heart of the Brotherhood, responsible for cataloging recovered technology, conducting research into its applications and dangers, and training the next generation of technological guardians. Their work required not just technical expertise, but wisdom to distinguish between knowledge that should be preserved and knowledge that should be contained. The archives they maintained at Lost Hills became repositories of human achievement and human folly in equal measure. Knights served as the Brotherhood's hands in the wasteland, conducting expeditions to recover technology, establishing relationships with worthy settlements, and eliminating threats to their mission. Their training emphasized adaptability and judgment, as they often operated independently in situations where direct oversight was impossible. The success of their missions depended on their ability to balance Brotherhood principles with practical necessities. Paladins represented the Brotherhood's commitment to excellence in leadership and combat. These elite warriors commanded respect through demonstrated competence rather than inherited authority. Their role included not just military command but moral guidance, ensuring that Brotherhood operations remained consistent with their philosophical foundations, even under extreme pressure. The elder position, occupied by Maxson himself until his death in 2135, represented the culmination of Brotherhood hierarchy. But unlike traditional military or political leadership, the elder's authority was constrained by the Codex and subject to oversight by senior Brotherhood members. This system was designed to prevent the kind of corruption that had destroyed pre-war institutions while maintaining the decisive leadership necessary for survival in the wasteland. The early recruitment policies established at Lost Hills would shape the Brotherhood's relationship with the outside world for centuries. Maxson understood that complete isolation would doom his organization to irrelevance and eventual extinction, but unrestricted recruitment would dilute the values and capabilities that made the Brotherhood unique. The solution was selective integration of outsiders who demonstrated both useful skills and compatible values. Prospective members underwent extensive testing that evaluated not just their technical abilities, but their psychological stability, moral character, and commitment to Brotherhood principles. Those who passed these tests entered a probationary period during which they were gradually introduced to more sensitive information and responsibilities. Only after proving themselves completely trustworthy were they granted full membership and access to the Brotherhood's most dangerous knowledge. This careful approach to recruitment created an organization that remained connected to the wider wasteland community while maintaining its distinctive identity and mission. Brotherhood members understood that they served something larger than their own survival or comfort. They were guardians of humanity's technological heritage, protectors of knowledge that could either rebuild civilization or destroy what remained of it. The legacy of Roger Maxson's leadership became evident in the years following his death in 2135. The organization he had founded continued to operate according to his principles, even without his personal authority to enforce them. The structures and traditions established at Lost Hills proved robust enough to survive leadership transitions, external threats, and internal disagreements that might have destroyed a less carefully conceived institution. But even as the Brotherhood celebrated their successful transformation from refugee band to permanent organization, questions remained about their ultimate destiny. The wasteland was slowly recovering from the nuclear devastation, and new forms of government and society were emerging from the ruins. The Brotherhood's role in this recovery remained unclear, and their commitment to technological guardianship sometimes conflicted with the immediate needs of struggling communities. These tensions would shape the Brotherhood's evolution for decades to come, as they struggled to balance their mission of preserving dangerous knowledge with their responsibilities to the human communities that shared the post-nuclear world. The foundation that Maxson had established at Lost Hills would prove strong enough to support the weight of these challenges, but not without costs that even he might not have anticipated. Brotherhood Expansion Era. The death of Elder Roger Maxson in 2135 marked the end of an era, but it also demonstrated the strength of the institutions he had created. The transition of leadership to his son, who would become known as Maxson II, occurred without the succession crises that had plagued many pre-war governments. The Brotherhood's commitment to merit-based advancement and institutional continuity ensured that their mission would continue even as their founder passed into legend. Maxson II inherited more than just his father's position. He inherited a philosophy, an organization, and a set of challenges that would test every aspect of the Brotherhood's foundation. The wasteland of the late 22nd century was no longer the immediate post-war hellscape that had shaped the Brotherhood's early development. Communities were stabilizing, trade networks were emerging, and new forms of government were establishing themselves across the former United States. The California wasteland had become a complex ecosystem of competing interests and emerging powers. The hub, centered around the ruins of Los Angeles, had developed into a major trading center, where caravans from across the region gathered to exchange goods and information. Jungtown struggled to maintain order, while balancing the competing demands of honest merchants and predatory criminals. The boneyard represented both a promise and peril of technological recovery, as its inhabitants scavenged advanced equipment from pre-war ruins, while lacking the knowledge to use it safely. For the Brotherhood, this changing landscape presented both opportunities and challenges that their original doctrine had not fully anticipated. Roger Maxson's vision of technological guardianship assumed a world where dangerous knowledge was rare and carefully controlled. But the reality of wasteland recovery meant that advanced technology was constantly being discovered, traded, and misused by people who had no understanding of its true capabilities or dangers. The hub's merchants had begun trading in energy weapons recovered from military installations, selling plasma rifles to anyone with sufficient bottle caps regardless of their intentions or competence. Jungtown's sheriff maintained order with a laser pistol. He couldn't properly maintain, unaware that its power cell was slowly degrading in ways that could cause catastrophic failure. The boneyard scavengers were stripping valuable components from computer systems that contained irreplaceable pre-war data. Maxson II understood that the Brotherhood's traditional approach of passive collection was inadequate for addressing these challenges. Waiting for valuable technology to be brought to them meant allowing countless irreplaceable artifacts to be destroyed through ignorance or misuse. More troubling, it meant allowing dangerous weapons to proliferate throughout the wasteland without any oversight or control. The expansion policies that Maxson II developed represented a careful balance between the Brotherhood's need to fulfill their mission and their commitment to avoiding the territorial ambitions that had corrupted pre-war governments. Rather than attempting to control large geographical areas, they would establish a network of outposts and allied settlements that could serve as intelligence sources and staging areas for technology recovery operations. The first major expansion project involved establishing a permanent Brotherhood presence in the hub. Rather than imposing their authority through military force, they offered their services as technical consultants and security providers. Hub merchants quickly learned that Brotherhood expertise could solve problems that no amount of caps could address. A fusion generator that had been providing unreliable power for months could be restored to full efficiency by a Brotherhood scribe in a matter of hours. These successful interventions demonstrated the value of the Brotherhood's knowledge while generating the resources necessary to fund further expansion. Grateful communities provided information about technology, caches, dangerous mutant populations, and emerging threats that the Brotherhood might not have discovered through their own reconnaissance. The caps earned through consulting services allowed them to purchase equipment and supplies that would have been difficult to obtain through barter or scavenging alone. But perhaps most importantly, these expanded operations provided the Brotherhood with a clearer understanding of the wasteland's needs and capabilities. Direct interaction with civilian communities revealed that the post-war world was not simply a degraded version of pre-war civilization. New forms of social organization were emerging that had adapted to post-nuclear realities in ways that traditional institutions could not match. The success of these early expansion efforts encouraged Maxson II to pursue more ambitious projects. Brotherhood outposts were established near major technology sites across California, each staffed by carefully selected personnel who understood both their technical mission and their diplomatic responsibilities. These facilities served as research stations, where recovered technology could be analyzed and cataloged, but they also served as demonstration sites, where the Brotherhood's beneficial capabilities could be observed by potential allies. The outpost, near the Glow site of the former West Tech research facility, became particularly important for the Brotherhood's long-term development. The intense radiation that had made the area uninhabitable for most wastelanders was manageable for Brotherhood personnel equipped with advanced protective gear. The facility's ruins contained research data and equipment samples that provided crucial insights into pre-war developments in biological and weapons technology. More significantly, the West Tech archives contained detailed documentation of the programs that had led to the creation of the forced evolutionary virus. This discovery validated Roger Maxson's original decision to rebel against his military superiors, while providing the Brotherhood with comprehensive understanding of one of the most dangerous technologies ever developed. The knowledge gained from these archives would prove crucial in future encounters with super mutants and other FEV-derived threats. The Brotherhood's growing presence in the wasteland inevitably brought them into contact with other military organizations that had survived the nuclear war. Most of these groups had either degenerated into raider gangs or evolved into localized militias focused primarily on territorial defense. The Brotherhood's superior organization, equipment, and training made them clearly dominant in most encounters, but Maxson II understood that military superiority alone was insufficient for achieving their long-term objectives. The relationship that developed between the Brotherhood and the emerging New California Republic represented both the promise and the peril of expansion. The NCR's founders shared many of the Brotherhood's values, including respect for education, technological advancement, and social order. Their democratic principles and emphasis on individual rights offered an alternative to the elite guardianship model that the Brotherhood had adopted. Initial cooperation between the two organizations was extensive and mutually beneficial. Brotherhood technical expertise helped NCR settlements solve infrastructure problems that would have taken years to address through trial and error. NCR trade networks provided the Brotherhood with access to resources and information from across the wasteland. Joint military operations against raider groups and mutant threats demonstrated that different approaches to post-war governance could work together effectively. But beneath this successful cooperation lay fundamental disagreements about the proper role of technology in human civilization. The NCR's democratic ideals emphasized that advanced knowledge should be accessible to all citizens rather than controlled by self-appointed guardians. Their rapid territorial expansion reflected confidence that post-war humanity was capable of governing itself without elite oversight. Their willingness to share military technology with allied settlements contradicted the Brotherhood's belief that such weapons required careful control. These philosophical differences might have remained manageable if both organizations had been content with their existing territories and spheres of influence. But the logic of expansion that had served both groups eventually brought them into direct competition for control of the same resources and territories. The Brotherhood's mission of technology preservation required access to pre-war sites that the NCR wanted to exploit for economic development. The NCR's need for security and resources conflicted with the Brotherhood's desire to maintain exclusive control over dangerous weapons and equipment. The tensions that emerged during this period were exacerbated by generational changes within both organizations. Younger Brotherhood members who had grown up during the expansion era were less influenced by their founders' traumatic experiences with pre-war corruption. They saw the NCR's rapid growth and democratic success as evidence that the Brotherhood's cautious approach was unnecessarily restrictive. Some began to question whether technological guardianship was really necessary if civilian populations could demonstrate responsible self-governance. Similarly, younger NCR leaders who had not experienced the immediate post-war chaos were less willing to defer to Brotherhood expertise on technological matters. They had grown up in communities where pre-war equipment was a normal part of daily life rather than mysterious artifacts, requiring special handling. Their confidence in democratic institutions made them skeptical of any organization that claimed authority based on superior knowledge rather than popular consent. These evolving attitudes would eventually contribute to the conflicts that shaped the Brotherhood's destiny in the following century. But during the expansion era of the late 22nd century, both organizations were still able to maintain cooperative relationships based on mutual respect and shared interests. The Brotherhood's success in establishing a network of outposts and allied settlements across California created the foundation for their future operations while demonstrating the practical value of their technological expertise. The legacy of Maxson II's expansion policies extended far beyond the immediate territorial gains they achieved. By establishing the Brotherhood as an active presence in wasteland affairs rather than an isolated scholarly community, he ensured that their mission of technological preservation would remain relevant to the actual needs of post-war civilization. The relationships they built with civilian communities provided sources of information, resources, and recruits that would sustain them through future challenges. But perhaps most importantly, the expansion era forced the Brotherhood to confront questions about their ultimate purpose that their founders had been able to avoid. Roger Maxson's generation had been motivated primarily by preventing the technological catastrophes that had destroyed the old world. Maxson II's generation faced the more complex challenge of determining how their knowledge and capabilities should contribute to building the new world that was emerging from the ruins. The answers they developed to these questions would shape not just their own destiny, but the future of human civilization in post-nuclear America. The Brotherhood that emerged from the expansion era was more powerful, more knowledgeable, and more influential than Roger Maxson could have imagined. But they were also more vulnerable to the moral and political challenges that had destroyed their predecessors. And their success would ultimately depend on their ability to avoid repeating the mistakes of the past while adapting to the realities of the present. Fallout 1 Era, The Master's War. The year 2161 brought challenges that would test every aspect of the Brotherhood of Steel's philosophy, capabilities, and courage. For decades, they had focused on preserving technology and preventing its misuse by ignorant or malicious actors. But the threat that emerged from the ruins of Mariposa Military Base represented something far more sinister than simple technological incompetence. It was a deliberate perversion of science in service of a vision that would have eliminated humanity itself. The first reports came from caravan traders whose routes had been disrupted by attacks from creatures that defied easy categorization. These weren't the usual threats that plagued wasteland commerce like raiders or wild animals. The attackers were humanoid, but impossibly large and strong, capable of tearing through Brahmin hide armor as if it were paper. More disturbing, they seemed to be organized and intelligent, striking with tactical coordination that suggested military training. Brotherhood. Reconnaissance patrols dispatched to investigate these reports returned with information that chilled even the most experienced veterans. The creatures attacking caravans were indeed human in origin, but they had been transformed by exposure to the forced evolutionary virus into something that retained human intelligence while gaining superhuman physical capabilities. These super mutants, as they came to be known, possessed not just individual strength, but collective purpose that made them far more dangerous than random monsters. The discovery that FEV was involved in creating these creatures added a personal dimension to the threat that resonated deeply within Brotherhood leadership. This was the same technology that had motivated Roger Maxson's original rebellion, the same research program whose horrors had driven the Brotherhood's founding fathers to abandon their military oaths. The fact that someone had not only preserved this knowledge, but was actively using it to transform human beings into weapons represented a violation of everything the Brotherhood stood for. Initial Brotherhood responses to the super mutant threat reflected their traditional approach to technological dangers. Small teams of heavily armed paladins were dispatched to locate and destroy FEV research facilities before they could produce more creatures. These missions achieved some tactical successes, eliminating isolated super mutant outposts and recovering valuable intelligence about their organization and capabilities. But they also revealed that the threat was far larger and more sophisticated than anyone had anticipated. The super mutants weren't simply random products of uncontrolled experimentation. They were part of a coordinated military organization, led by an entity known as the Master, whose ultimate goal was the systematic transformation of all human life into super mutant form. This wasn't mere conquest or exploitation, but something far more terrifying, the complete replacement of humanity with what their leader considered a superior species. The theological implications of this discovery were as troubling as the military ones. The Master's philosophy represented a twisted inversion of the Brotherhood's own belief in elite guardianship of dangerous knowledge. Where the Brotherhood sought to preserve humanity while controlling technology, the Master sought to replace humanity through technology. Both claimed to be acting for the greater good, but their definitions of good led to diametrically opposed conclusions about the value of human existence. Brother Thomas, the Brotherhood's chief philosopher and historian, spent countless hours analyzing recovered super mutant documents and interrogation records in an attempt to understand the moral logic that could justify such a program. His reports revealed that the Master had once been human himself, a brilliant scientist whose exposure to FEV had granted him enormous psychic abilities while fundamentally altering his perception of human nature and destiny. The Master's arguments for human transformation were sophisticated and internally consistent, based on observations about humanity's tendency toward violence, environmental destruction, and technological misuse that the Brotherhood could not easily dismiss. He pointed to the nuclear war as evidence that unmodified humans were fundamentally incapable of responsible self-governance. He argued that super mutants' immunity to radiation and disease made them better adapted to post-war conditions than baseline humans. Most troubling for the Brotherhood, the Master's critique of their own organization contained elements of truth that were difficult to refute. He argued that their policy of technological hoarding demonstrated the same elitist arrogance that had led to pre-war catastrophes. He claimed that their military hierarchy and secretive recruitment practices showed they had learned nothing from the failures of the institutions they claimed to oppose. These philosophical challenges might have paralyzed a less decisive organization, but the Brotherhood's response to the Master's threat demonstrated the practical wisdom that had allowed them to survive for nearly a century. Rather than becoming lost in abstract debates about the merits of different approaches to human improvement, they focused on the immediate moral imperative of preventing genocide. The arrival of the Vault Dweller at Lost Hills in late 2161 provided the Brotherhood with an opportunity to demonstrate their commitment to human preservation while gaining crucial intelligence about super mutant operations. The stranger who emerged from Vault 13 represented everything the Master claimed was wrong with unmodified humanity, yet their courage, ingenuity, and moral clarity proved that human potential remained largely untapped rather than fundamentally flawed. Elder Maxson II's decision to provide assistance to the Vault Dweller reflected a calculated assessment of both practical necessity and philosophical principle. The Brotherhood's own reconnaissance efforts had revealed that super-mutant forces were too numerous and well-organized to be defeated through conventional military operations. The stranger's unique background and demonstrated capabilities offered a possibility for indirect action that might achieve what direct assault could not. The testing protocols that the Vault Dweller underwent before gaining access to Brotherhood resources were designed to evaluate not just combat effectiveness, but moral character and judgment. These weren't arbitrary hazing rituals, but serious assessments of whether an outsider could be trusted with advanced technology under extreme circumstances. The fact that someone with no prior military training could meet Brotherhood standards validated their belief that merit rather than birth determined worthiness. The power armor training that the Brotherhood provided to the Vault Dweller represented more than just equipment familiarization. It was an introduction to the philosophy and discipline that made their technology effective rather than merely destructive. The armor itself was a marvel of pre-war engineering, but its true power came from the training, maintenance, and tactical doctrine that the Brotherhood had developed through decades of practical experience. The weapons and equipment that accompanied this training reflected careful consideration of what would be most effective against super-mutant forces while remaining consistent with Brotherhood principles about technology sharing. Energy weapons that required specialized maintenance were provided along with detailed instruction in their care and operation. Medical supplies that could mean the difference between life and death were included with training in their proper use. But perhaps most importantly, the Brotherhood provided the Vault Dweller with intelligence that had been gathered through enormous sacrifice and risk. Maps of super-mutant strongholds, tactical assessments of their defensive capabilities, and detailed analysis of their command structure represented months of dangerous reconnaissance work by Brotherhood personnel who often paid for this information with their lives. The assault on the Master's Cathedral was a joint operation in all but name, with Brotherhood intelligence and equipment supporting the Vault Dweller's direct action. The success of this mission validated the Brotherhood's decision to trust an outsider with their most sensitive resources, while demonstrating that their technological advantages could be decisive when properly applied. The destruction of the Master himself represented more than just a military victory. It was a vindication of the principles that had motivated the Brotherhood's creation and development. The Master's superior intelligence and psychic abilities had not prevented him from embracing a philosophy that would have destroyed everything valuable about human civilization. His defeat proved that technological enhancement without moral wisdom led inevitably to conclusions that rational people could not accept. The elimination of the super-mutant army's command structure created opportunities for the Brotherhood to demonstrate their commitment to wasteland security beyond their immediate interests. Joint operations to hunt down surviving super-mutant bands required coordination with NCR forces, hub security, and independent militia groups that had previously viewed the Brotherhood with suspicion or indifference. These collaborative efforts revealed both the strengths and limitations of the Brotherhood's approach to post-war governance. Their superior training and equipment made them invaluable allies in dangerous situations, but their secretive recruitment practices and technological hoarding created barriers to long-term cooperation. NCR commanders appreciated Brotherhood expertise while questioning why such capabilities couldn't be shared more broadly. The technology recovered from super-mutant facilities presented the Brotherhood with complex decisions about preservation versus destruction. Much of the FEV research was too dangerous to preserve, but some aspects contained medical insights that could benefit human health if properly applied. The weapons and equipment captured from super-mutant forces could enhance Brotherhood capabilities or be traded to Allied settlements for resources and political advantage. Elder Maxson II's handling of these decisions established precedents that would influence Brotherhood policy for generations. The most dangerous biological research was destroyed completely, but detailed records were maintained to ensure that future Brotherhood members would understand the threats they might face. Captured weapons were distributed to proven allies, while potentially dangerous technology was secured in Brotherhood vaults. The victory over the Master's army also provided the Brotherhood with their first clear validation that their mission of technological guardianship served purposes beyond their own organizational survival. The super mutant threat had demonstrated that dangerous knowledge could indeed fall into the wrong hands with catastrophic consequences. The Brotherhood's intervention had prevented a genocide that would have eliminated human civilization entirely. But this success also raised new questions about the Brotherhood's responsibilities to the communities they claimed to protect. If they possessed the knowledge and capabilities necessary to prevent such threats, did they have a moral obligation to intervene more actively in wasteland affairs? If their technological advantages could save lives and prevent suffering, was their policy of selective sharing really justifiable? These questions would shape the internal debates and policy discussions that followed the Master's defeat. The Brotherhood that emerged from this conflict was more confident in their mission and more respected by their neighbors. But they were also more aware of the moral complexities inherent in their position as technological guardians. The younger generation of Brotherhood members who had participated in the anti-super mutant campaign were particularly affected by these experiences. They had seen firsthand how their training and equipment could make the difference between survival and extinction for entire communities. They had worked alongside civilian militia and NCR soldiers who demonstrated courage and competence despite lacking advanced technology. These observations led some to question whether the Brotherhood's traditional insularity was really necessary or beneficial. If ordinary wastelanders could prove themselves worthy allies in extreme circumstances, perhaps they could also prove themselves worthy of greater trust and responsibility regarding technological knowledge. The seeds of future internal conflicts were planted during this period of success and self-examination. The victory over the Master had demonstrated the value of the Brotherhood's mission, while also revealing the limitations of their traditional approach to fulfilling it. The resolution of these tensions would determine whether the organization founded by Roger Maxson could adapt to the changing needs of the post-war world, or would eventually be overwhelmed by challenges they had not anticipated. Post-Master expansion and NCR tensions. The victory over the Master's army in 2162 marked a turning point in the Brotherhood of Steel's relationship with the wider wasteland community. For the first time since their founding, they had demonstrated that their technological guardianship could serve purposes beyond mere preservation. They had prevented a catastrophe that would have eliminated human civilization entirely, and this success generated both pride within their ranks and respect from outsiders who had previously viewed them with suspicion or indifference. The immediate aftermath of the Super Mutant War created opportunities that Maxson II was determined to exploit. The Brotherhood's reputation as effective protectors of human interests opened doors that had previously been closed to their recruitment efforts. Young people from across California began seeking admission to their ranks, drawn by stories of power-armored knights and energy-wielding paladins who had saved the wasteland from an existential threat. This surge of interest in Brotherhood membership presented both opportunities and challenges for an organization that had always maintained strict standards for admission. The additional personnel would allow them to expand their operations and increase their technological recovery efforts, but only if they could maintain the discipline and philosophical commitment that made them effective. The screening processes that had worked well for small numbers of carefully selected recruits would need to be scaled up without being diluted. Senior Scribe Vree, who had played a crucial role in analyzing supermutant biology and tactics during the recent conflict, was tasked with developing new training protocols that could handle larger numbers of initiates while preserving the Brotherhood's essential character. Her approach emphasized both practical skills and philosophical education, ensuring that new members understood not just how to operate advanced technology, but why such technology required careful control. The expanded recruitment efforts revealed the depth of technological ignorance that persisted throughout the wasteland, despite decades of recovery. Many of the young people who sought to join the Brotherhood had grown up in settlements where pre-war equipment was treated as magical artifacts rather than comprehensible machines. They had been taught to fear rather than understand the technologies that surrounded them, creating superstitions that hindered both individual development and community progress. Brotherhood educators found themselves serving as missionaries for scientific rationality as much as military trainers. They needed to overcome generations of post-war mythology while instilling respect for the genuine dangers that advanced technology could present. This educational mission expanded the Brotherhood's influence far beyond their formal membership, as trained personnel returned to their home communities with new knowledge and perspectives. The success of these expanded operations encouraged more ambitious projects that would have been impossible during the Brotherhood's early years. Expeditions were organized to explore and catalog pre-war installations across the former United States, with the goal of locating and securing dangerous technologies before they could be discovered by less responsible parties. These missions required unprecedented levels of coordination and resource allocation, testing the Brotherhood's organizational capabilities in new ways. The expedition to the ruins of Washington, D.C., led by Paladin Captain Elder Lyons, exemplified both the potential and the perils of this expanded scope. The journey itself was an epic undertaking that required months of preparation and enormous quantities of supplies and equipment. The team that eventually reached the former national capital included some of the Brotherhood's most experienced personnel, but even they were unprepared for the challenges they would encounter. The intelligence gathered from these far-ranging expeditions revealed that the Brotherhood's California stronghold represented only a small fraction of the technological resources that remained scattered across the post-war landscape. Military installations, research facilities, and corporate headquarters contained archives and equipment that could revolutionize wasteland civilization if properly utilized, but could also cause unprecedented destruction if mishandled. More troubling were the reports of other organizations with similar goals, but different methods. The Enclave, descendants of pre-war government and corporate elites, had survived the nuclear war in offshore installations and were actively working to reclaim control of the continental United States. Their technological capabilities rivaled or exceeded those of the Brotherhood, but their ideology was far more ruthless and exclusionary. The knowledge that powerful rivals existed beyond the familiar boundaries of California forced Brotherhood leadership to reconsider their strategic assumptions. They could no longer assume that patient technological accumulation would eventually give them decisive advantages over potential threats. Other groups were also developing advanced capabilities, and some of them might not share the Brotherhood's commitment to preserving human civilization. These concerns about external threats were compounded by growing tensions with the new California Republic, whose rapid expansion was bringing them into direct competition with Brotherhood interests. The NCR's democratic governance and inclusive citizenship policies had proven remarkably effective at mobilizing human resources and coordinating large-scale projects. Their military forces, while less technologically advanced than the Brotherhood's, were far more numerous and increasingly well-equipped. The philosophical differences between the two organizations had been manageable when they operated in separate spheres of influence, but territorial expansion made conflicts increasingly unavoidable. The NCR's approach to technology sharing contradicted core Brotherhood principles about the need for elite oversight of dangerous knowledge. Their willingness to arm civilian militias with military-grade weapons violated Brotherhood beliefs about the proper relationship between technological capability and moral responsibility. Colonel James Sue, one of the NCR's most respected military commanders, had worked closely with Brotherhood forces during the super mutant campaigns and understood their capabilities better than most of his colleagues. His reports to NCR leadership emphasized the tactical advantages that advanced technology provided while questioning the political assumptions that justified Brotherhood's secrecy and exclusivity. These military assessments contributed to NCR strategic planning that increasingly viewed the Brotherhood as a potential threat rather than a reliable ally. Their technological superiority compensated for numerical disadvantages in ways that could make them decisive opponents in any serious conflict. Their secretive recruitment and training practices suggested they might have ambitions beyond mere preservation of knowledge. From the Brotherhood's perspective, NCR territorial expansion represented exactly the kind of democratic excess that had contributed to pre-war catastrophes. Politicians seeking popular support promised access to advanced technologies without considering the consequences of widespread proliferation. Military leaders prioritized immediate tactical advantages over long-term strategic stability. Civilian populations demanded benefits from pre-war science without accepting responsibility for its proper stewardship. The competition for control of Hoover Dam exemplified these broader tensions while adding specific strategic imperatives that made compromise increasingly difficult. The massive hydroelectric facility represented the single most valuable technological asset in the southwestern United States, capable of providing clean energy for millions of people while serving as a symbol of successful technological recovery. Brotherhood reconnaissance teams had identified Hoover Dam as a priority target during their initial survey of the region, recognizing both its practical value and its symbolic importance. Their plans for securing and operating the facility emphasized careful maintenance and gradual expansion of its capabilities, approaches that reflected their traditional caution about technological deployment. The NCR's interest in the dam was motivated by more immediate concerns about energy security and territorial control. Their rapidly growing population required reliable power sources that could support industrial development and urban expansion. Their military forces needed secure supply lines and defensive positions that could protect their eastern frontier from threats emerging from the former Las Vegas area. The irony of this competition was that both organizations shared similar ultimate goals of human welfare and technological progress. Their disagreements centered not on whether advanced technology should benefit human civilization, but on how such benefits should be distributed and who should make decisions about technological deployment. These philosophical differences might have been resolved through negotiation if external pressures had not forced both sides to prioritize immediate advantages over long-term cooperation. The emergence of Caesar's Legion as a major threat in the Eastern Territories added urgency to the competition for technological resources, while complicating the political calculations of both the Brotherhood and the NCR. The Legion's aggressive expansion and deliberate rejection of advanced technology created a common enemy that should have encouraged cooperation, but their very existence also raised the stakes of internal conflicts within the civilized wasteland. Brotherhood observers who had studied Legion tactics and ideology recognized them as representing the kind of anti-technological barbarism that their organization had been founded to prevent. The Legion's systematic destruction of pre-war artifacts and execution of anyone with scientific training demonstrated what would happen to human knowledge if primitive ideologies gained dominance over rational governance. NCR political leaders shared these concerns about Legion expansion, but they also saw opportunity in the Brotherhood's obvious alarm about technological regression. If the Brotherhood could be convinced that democratic institutions were preferable to totalitarian primitivism, they might be willing to accept NCR authority in exchange for guarantees about technological preservation and development. These diplomatic overtures revealed the fundamental incompatibility between Brotherhood and NCR approaches to governance and social organization. The NCR assumed that rational people could reach compromise agreements that served everyone's interests if they negotiated in good faith. The Brotherhood believed that some principles were too important to compromise, and that elite guardianship was necessary, precisely because democratic processes could not be trusted with crucial decisions. The failure of these diplomatic efforts set the stage for the conflicts that would define the following decades. Both organizations continued to respect each other's capabilities and acknowledge each other's contributions to wasteland civilization, but they could no longer pretend that their fundamental differences were merely tactical disagreements that could be resolved through patient discussion. The younger generation of Brotherhood members who had grown up during the expansion period found themselves caught between competing loyalties and conflicting visions of their organization's future. They had been trained to view themselves as guardians of human welfare, but they increasingly questioned whether their traditional methods actually served that purpose. The success and prosperity of NCR territories suggested that democratic governance might be more effective at promoting human flourishing than elite technocracy. These internal debates were complicated by the obvious military implications of the developing conflict with the NCR. The Brotherhood's technological advantages were real and significant, but they were also limited by the organization's small size and resource constraints. Their power armor and energy weapons could dominate individual battles, but they could not occupy territory or control populations in the way that conventional military forces could. The strategic situation that emerged from these tensions would ultimately force the Brotherhood to choose between accommodation and confrontation with the democratic forces that were reshaping the post-war world. The decision they made would determine not just their own survival, but the future of technological development and social organization throughout the former United States. The legacy of their victory over the Master's army had given them confidence that their mission was both necessary and achievable. But it had also raised expectations about their responsibilities that they might not be able to fulfill. The expansion period that followed their greatest triumph had created new capabilities and new opportunities, but it had also created new vulnerabilities and new enemies that would test their resolve and their wisdom in ways that their founders could never have anticipated. Fallout 2 and the Enclave crisis. The year 2241 brought revelations that shattered the Brotherhood of Steel's understanding of the post-war world and their place within it. For over a century and a half, they had operated under the assumption that they represented the pinnacle of technological preservation and advancement in the wasteland. The discovery of the Enclave changed everything, revealing that their greatest rivals possessed not just superior numbers or resources, but access to pre-war technology that had never been lost or degraded. The first intelligence reports about unusual aircraft sightings off the California coast seemed almost too extraordinary to believe. Witnesses described flying machines that moved with speed and precision far beyond anything known to exist in the post-war world. These weren't crude contraptions cobbled together from salvaged parts, but sophisticated military vehicles that appeared to be fresh from pre-war production lines. Brotherhood reconnaissance teams dispatched to investigate these reports returned with information that challenged every assumption about technological recovery and preservation. The aircraft were indeed of pre-war design, but they showed no signs of the degradation and jury-rigged repairs that characterized virtually every other piece of advanced technology in the wasteland. More disturbing, they carried markings that identified them as belonging to the United States government. Senior Scribe Vree, whose analytical capabilities had been crucial during the super mutant crisis, was tasked with evaluating the intelligence gathered about these mysterious aircraft and their possible origins. Her initial assessment concluded that only an organization with access to complete pre-war manufacturing facilities could maintain such advanced equipment in operational condition. The implications of this conclusion were staggering. The Brotherhood had spent decades painstakingly recovering and restoring individual pieces of pre-war technology, often investing enormous resources to return single items to functional status. The idea that somewhere in the world, complete industrial complexes might have survived the nuclear war intact was both thrilling and terrifying. Such capabilities would represent the ultimate prize for their technological preservation mission, but they would also represent an existential threat if controlled by hostile forces. Elder Maxson III, who had inherited leadership of the Brotherhood following his father's death, understood that this discovery required immediate and comprehensive investigation. The organization that had built their identity around technological superiority could not afford to ignore the possibility that they were no longer the most advanced faction in the post-war world. The strategic implications demanded action regardless of the personal risks involved. The intelligence-gathering operations that followed revealed the true scope of the Enclave's capabilities and ambitions. This wasn't simply another group of wasteland survivors who had managed to preserve some pre-war technology. They were the direct descendants of the American government and military-industrial complex that had initiated the nuclear war, and they had spent the intervening decades planning their return to power. The Enclave's offshore headquarters at Control Station Enclave, built into a pre-war oil rig, had been designed specifically to survive nuclear warfare while maintaining communication and command capabilities. The facility contained not just weapons and equipment, but complete archives of pre-war scientific knowledge and industrial capacity. Most significantly, it housed the personnel and resources necessary to manufacture new technology rather than simply maintaining existing systems. The discovery that the Enclave possessed functional manufacturing capabilities fundamentally altered the Brotherhood's strategic calculus. Their traditional approach of patient accumulation and careful preservation assumed that pre-war technology was a finite resource that would eventually be exhausted through use and degradation. If their rivals could produce new equipment indefinitely, then the Brotherhood's accumulated advantages would eventually be overwhelmed through simple attrition. More troubling than the Enclave's technological capabilities were their political objectives and moral philosophy. Intelligence gathered through covert observation and document recovery revealed that they viewed themselves as the legitimate government of the United States, with authority to reclaim their territory from the mutant populations that had supposedly contaminated it. Their definition of contamination included virtually everyone who had been exposed to post-war radiation, which encompassed essentially the entire wasteland population. The Enclave's plan for reclaiming America involved the systematic extermination of all surface dwellers, followed by the recolonization of the continent by genetically pure descendants of pre-war elites. This wasn't conquest in the traditional sense of subjugating enemy populations, but genocide designed to eliminate entire categories of human beings who were deemed unworthy of survival. The moral implications of this discovery resonated deeply within Brotherhood leadership and membership. Their organization had been founded in opposition to the kind of scientific atrocities that prioritized abstract goals over human dignity. The Enclave represented not just a military threat, but a philosophical challenge that struck at the heart of everything the Brotherhood claimed to stand for. The arrival of the Chosen One from Arroyo provided the Brotherhood with an opportunity to act on their moral convictions while advancing their strategic interests. The stranger who sought their assistance in combating the Enclave represented the same kind of wasteland survivor that the enemy sought to eliminate. Supporting this individual's mission would demonstrate the Brotherhood's commitment to protecting human life while potentially eliminating their most dangerous rival. The decision to provide assistance was not made lightly or unanimously. Some Brotherhood members argued that involvement in the conflict would expose them to unnecessary risks while potentially antagonizing victorious Enclave forces. Others contended that the Enclave's genocidal objectives made neutrality morally impossible regardless of strategic considerations. Elder Maxson III's choice to support the Chosen One reflected both practical calculation and philosophical principle. The Brotherhood's mission of technological preservation would be meaningless if the human civilization they sought to protect was eliminated by genocidal fanatics. Their superior knowledge and equipment created moral obligations that extended beyond their immediate organizational interests. The intelligence and equipment provided to the Chosen One represented some of the Brotherhood's most closely guarded secrets and valuable resources. Advanced power armor, energy weapons, and tactical information that had taken decades to develop and acquire were shared with an outsider whose ultimate loyalty remained uncertain. This generosity reflected confidence in the Brotherhood's ability to evaluate character and judgment under extreme circumstances. The assault on the Enclave's mainland operations required unprecedented coordination between Brotherhood forces and Wasteland allies. The enemy's superior numbers and defensive positions could only be overcome through careful planning and flawless execution. The Brotherhood's role in this campaign demonstrated their tactical expertise while revealing the limitations of their traditional approach to military operations. The successful destruction of Control Station Enclave represented more than just a military victory. It eliminated an existential threat to human civilization while validating the Brotherhood's belief that technological superiority without moral wisdom led inevitably to catastrophic consequences. The Enclave's defeat proved that advanced equipment could not compensate for fundamental errors in judgment and character. The technology recovered from Enclave facilities represented the largest acquisition of advanced equipment in Brotherhood history. Power armor designs that exceeded their existing capabilities, energy weapons with unprecedented destructive potential, and computer systems containing vast archives of pre-war knowledge suddenly became available for study and integration into Brotherhood operations. But perhaps more valuable than any specific piece of equipment was the intelligence gathered about pre-war industrial and scientific capabilities. The Enclave's archives contained detailed documentation of research programs, manufacturing processes, and technological developments that the Brotherhood had only been able to speculate about based on fragmentary evidence. The integration of this knowledge into Brotherhood doctrine and training programs represented a massive undertaking that occupied their best scientists and engineers for years. The new capabilities gained through this acquisition fundamentally altered their understanding of what was possible in terms of technological recovery and development. However, the Enclave's defeat also raised troubling questions about the Brotherhood's future role and responsibilities. If they now possessed capabilities that rivaled or exceeded those of pre-war governments, what obligations did this create regarding their intervention in wasteland affairs? If their technology could solve problems and prevent suffering on a massive scale, was their traditional policy of selective sharing really justifiable? The younger generation of Brotherhood members who had participated in the anti-Enclave campaign were particularly affected by these questions. They had seen firsthand how their advanced equipment could make the difference between genocide and survival for entire populations. They had worked alongside civilian allies who demonstrated courage and competence that rivaled their own despite lacking formal training or advanced technology. These experiences led some to question whether the Brotherhood's traditional insularity was really necessary or beneficial in the changed circumstances of the post-Enclave world. If ordinary wastelanders could prove themselves worthy allies in preventing global catastrophe, perhaps they could also prove themselves worthy of greater trust and responsibility regarding technological knowledge. The seeds of future internal conflicts were strengthened during this period of triumph and self-examination. The victory over the Enclave had demonstrated the value of the Brotherhood's mission, while also revealing new possibilities for fulfilling it. The resolution of these tensions would determine whether the organization could adapt to their enhanced capabilities and responsibilities, or would eventually be paralyzed by the weight of their own success. The legacy of the Enclave crisis extended far beyond the immediate military and technological gains it provided. It established the Brotherhood as the dominant technological power in the post-war world, while creating expectations about their future conduct that would be difficult to fulfill. The choices they made in response to these new circumstances would shape not just their own destiny, but the future of human civilization in the territories they now had the power to influence or control. The Great War with NCR. The tensions that had simmered between the Brotherhood of Steel and the new California Republic for decades finally erupted into open warfare in 2276. But the roots of this conflict extended far deeper than immediate territorial disputes or resource competition. This was a clash between fundamentally incompatible visions of how human civilization should be organized in the post-nuclear world, and both sides understood that the outcome would determine the future of technological development and social governance across the former United States. The immediate catalyst for hostilities was the Brotherhood's refusal to share the advanced technology they had acquired from their victory over the Enclave. NCR leaders, emboldened by their successful expansion and growing confidence in democratic institutions, demanded access to power armor designs, energy weapon schematics, and manufacturing processes that could revolutionize their military capabilities and civilian infrastructure. From the NCR perspective, the Brotherhood's technological hoarding represented an unconscionable barrier to human progress and social justice. The Republic had proven its ability to govern large populations effectively while maintaining democratic principles and individual rights. Their citizens had demonstrated responsibility and competence in managing the technology they already possessed. The Brotherhood's insistence on maintaining exclusive control over advanced knowledge seemed motivated more by elitist arrogance than legitimate concerns about public safety. President Aaron Kimball, whose political career had been built on promises of continued expansion and technological advancement, found himself under enormous pressure from constituents who demanded access to the miraculous devices that could transform their daily lives. Fusion-powered generators could provide unlimited clean energy to growing cities. Advanced medical equipment could eliminate diseases that still plagued NCR territories. Manufacturing technology could produce goods and materials that would elevate living standards across the Republic. The economic implications of technological access extended far beyond immediate utility. NCR merchants and industrialists understood that control over advanced manufacturing would provide decisive advantages in trade relationships with other wasteland communities. The Republic that could produce fusion cells, energy weapons, and power armor would dominate commerce throughout the former western United States, while attracting immigrants and investment from across the continent. But the Brotherhood's resistance to technology sharing wasn't motivated simply by desire to maintain their privileged position. Their leadership remembered the lessons of pre-war history. When democratic governments had proven incapable of preventing the technological catastrophes that had destroyed civilization, the very success of NCR expansion seemed to validate their concerns about democratic excess and popular pressure for immediate gratification over long-term wisdom. Elder Elijah, who had assumed leadership of the Western Brotherhood following the death of Maxson III, embodied the organization's growing paranoia about external threats and internal decline. His experience during the Enclave crisis had convinced him that the Brotherhood's survival depended on maintaining absolute technological superiority over potential rivals. Any sharing of advanced knowledge would eventually lead to military parity, and military parity would inevitably lead to Brotherhood defeat, given the NCR's overwhelming numerical advantages. Elijah's strategic vision emphasized defensive consolidation rather than continued expansion or cooperation. He believed that the Brotherhood should concentrate their resources on a few heavily fortified positions that could withstand prolonged siege while maintaining the industrial capacity necessary for technological development. This approach required abandoning many of the outposts and allied relationships that had been developed during the expansion period, but it offered the best hope for long-term organizational survival. The military preparations that both sides undertook during the years leading up to open conflict reflected their different approaches to warfare and technology. The Brotherhood invested heavily in individual equipment upgrades and elite unit training, developing tactics that maximized the effectiveness of their advanced technology while minimizing their exposure to enemy numerical superiority. NCR military planners, led by General Oliver and his staff, developed strategies that emphasized coordinated mass attacks, designed to overwhelm Brotherhood defensive positions through sheer weight of numbers. They understood that their individual soldiers were less capable than Brotherhood personnel, but they believed that proper coordination and sufficient numbers could overcome any technological disadvantage. The weapon systems that both sides deployed during the conflict represented the pinnacle of post-war military technology. Brotherhood forces relied heavily on energy weapons, whose destructive power far exceeded anything available to conventional forces. Their power armor provided protection that made individual soldiers nearly invulnerable to small arms fire, while enhancing their strength and endurance to superhuman levels. NCR forces compensated for their technological disadvantages through superior logistics, communication, and coordination. Their supply networks could sustain large-scale operations indefinitely, while their communication systems allowed for real-time coordination between units separated by hundreds of miles. Most importantly, their manufacturing capacity could replace losses and equipment damage far more rapidly than Brotherhood facilities. The strategic importance of Hoover Dam made it the inevitable focal point for the decisive confrontation between these two approaches to post-war military organization. The massive hydroelectric facility represented not just a valuable source of energy, but a symbol of technological mastery that both sides needed to control for psychological as well as practical reasons. Brotherhood. Reconnaissance of the dam had been ongoing for years before the conflict began, with detailed intelligence about its defensive possibilities and potential vulnerabilities. Elijah's plan for securing the facility emphasized rapid seizure followed by intensive fortification that would make NCR counterattacks prohibitively costly. The dam's concrete structure and narrow approaches seemed ideally suited to defensive operations that maximize Brotherhood advantages while minimizing NCR strengths. The initial Brotherhood assault on Hoover Dam succeeded beyond their most optimistic projections. Elite teams equipped with advanced stealth technology infiltrated NCR positions while main forces launched coordinated attacks that overwhelmed defending units before they could mount effective resistance. Within hours, Brotherhood forces had secured the entire facility and begun implementing defensive preparations that would allow them to withstand prolonged siege. The NCR response to this defeat demonstrated both the strengths and weaknesses of democratic military organization. Public outrage over the loss of such a strategically important facility created enormous pressure for immediate counterattack. But military leaders understood that hasty operations would only result in additional casualties without meaningful tactical gains. General Oliver's planning for retaking Hoover Dam reflected lessons learned from previous encounters with Brotherhood forces. Rather than attempting to match their enemy's technological sophistication, NCR forces would rely on careful coordination, overwhelming numbers, and willingness to accept casualties that Brotherhood forces could not sustain. The Operation Sunburst that was launched against Brotherhood positions at Hoover Dam represented the largest coordinated military operation in post-war American history. NCR forces attacked simultaneously from multiple directions, using artillery bombardment and aerial reconnaissance to suppress Brotherhood defensive advantages, while infantry units advanced under cover of coordinated fire support. The battle for Hoover Dam lasted for weeks, with both sides committing enormous resources to an engagement that both understood would determine the future balance of power in the western United States. Brotherhood forces fought with desperate courage, knowing that defeat would mean the end of their organization's independence and possibly their existence as a coherent entity. Elder Elijah's performance during the siege revealed both his tactical brilliance and his psychological limitations. His defensive preparations were masterful, turning every corridor and room of the dam into a killing field that maximized Brotherhood advantages. His ability to coordinate small unit operations under extreme pressure demonstrated why he had been chosen for leadership, despite his difficult personality. But Elijah's increasing obsession with technological solutions to tactical problems eventually undermined his ability to make rational strategic decisions. His demands for increasingly exotic weapons and defensive systems diverted resources from practical needs while creating unrealistic expectations among his subordinates about their ability to achieve decisive victory through superior equipment alone. The arrival of NCR reinforcements, equipped with captured Enclave technology, fundamentally altered the tactical balance of the engagement. Energy weapons and power armor, acquired through various means, allowed selected NCR units to match Brotherhood capabilities, while retaining the numerical advantages that had always been their primary strength. The psychological impact of facing enemies equipped with their own advanced technology was devastating for Brotherhood morale. For over a century, their identity had been built around technological superiority that made them qualitatively different from ordinary wasteland survivors. The sight of NCR soldiers in power armor, wielding energy weapons, shattered assumptions about their inherent advantages that had sustained them through previous conflicts. The final phase of the battle saw Elder Elijah make the decision that would define his legacy and fundamentally alter the Brotherhood's future trajectory. Rather than accept inevitable defeat with honor, he chose to abandon his position and his subordinates in a desperate attempt to preserve himself and the knowledge he possessed. Elijah's flight from Hoover Dam represented more than just personal cowardice or tactical failure. It was a betrayal of everything the Brotherhood claimed to represent about duty, honor, and sacrifice for the greater good. His abandonment of his troops violated the most basic principles of military leadership, while demonstrating that even their highest-ranking members were capable of placing personal survival above organizational loyalty. The collapse of Brotherhood resistance following Elijah's departure was swift and total, leaderless and demoralized. The remaining defenders were quickly overwhelmed by NCR forces who had been reinforced with fresh troops and equipment. The technology and equipment that had made the Brotherhood formidable was captured or destroyed, eliminating decades of careful accumulation and development. The casualties suffered by the Brotherhood during the Hoover Dam campaign exceeded anything they had experienced since their founding. Elite paladins and senior knights who represented generations of training and experience were killed or captured, creating gaps in their organizational structure that would take decades to fill. The loss of equipment was equally devastating, as power armor suits and energy weapons that could not be easily replaced were seized by NCR forces. But perhaps most damaging was the loss of prestige and psychological dominance that had allowed the Brotherhood to operate effectively, despite their numerical disadvantages. The myth of their invincibility had been shattered in the most public and dramatic way possible. Wasteland communities that had previously respected or feared Brotherhood power now understood that they could be defeated by conventional forces using conventional tactics. The retreat to Hidden Valley Bunker represented a fundamental shift in Brotherhood strategy and self-perception. The organization that had spent decades expanding their influence and demonstrating their capabilities was now reduced to hiding in underground facilities, while their enemies controlled the territories they had once dominated. Elder McNamara, who inherited leadership of the shattered Western Brotherhood, faced challenges that seemed almost insurmountable. His forces were demoralized and depleted, his equipment was inadequate for major operations, and his organization's reputation had been destroyed. The policies he developed in response to these circumstances would determine whether the Brotherhood could survive as a meaningful force in the post-war world. The lockdown protocols that McNamara implemented reflected both practical necessity and philosophical retreat from the Brotherhood's traditional mission. Without sufficient personnel or equipment to conduct meaningful external operations, they had no choice but to focus on internal consolidation and survival. The dream of technological guardianship on a continental scale was replaced by the more modest goal of preserving their knowledge and capabilities until better opportunities arose. The psychological impact of defeat affected different Brotherhood members in different ways. Older personnel who remembered the organization's previous successes struggled to accept their reduced circumstances, while younger members who had grown up during the expansion period questioned whether their traditional methods and beliefs remained relevant in the changed post-war landscape. These internal divisions would shape the Brotherhood's response to future challenges and opportunities. The debates between conservative and progressive factions reflected deeper questions about adaptation versus tradition that had implications far beyond immediate tactical or strategic decisions. The legacy of the NCR Brotherhood War extended far beyond its immediate military and political consequences. It demonstrated that technological superiority alone was insufficient for long-term success in the complex environment of post-war politics and warfare. It validated democratic approaches to governance and military organization while revealing the limitations of elite institutions that became disconnected from the populations they claimed to serve. Most importantly, it established the NCR as the dominant power in the western United States, while reducing the Brotherhood to a regional organization with limited influence and capabilities. The balance of power that emerged from this conflict would shape political and military developments across the former United States for decades to come, with implications that neither side fully understood at the time of their victory or defeat. Fallout. New Vegas, isolation and choice. The Hidden Valley Bunker in 2281 had become a tomb for the living, a monument to the Brotherhood of Steel's fall from grace and their struggle to find meaning in defeat. 5 years after the catastrophic loss at Hoover Dam, the once proud organization that had dominated the Western Wasteland was reduced to fewer than 50 members hiding underground, their mighty power armor gathering dust, while their leaders debated whether survival or honor should take precedence. Elder McNamara stood at the center of this crisis, a man whose steady competence had made him the logical choice to lead the Brotherhood through their darkest hour, but whose conservative instincts may have doomed them to irrelevance. The lockdown protocols he had implemented immediately after Elijah's abandonment were intended as temporary measures to allow regrouping and strategic reassessment. Instead, they had become a permanent state of siege that was slowly strangling the organization from within. The bunker itself reflected the psychological state of its inhabitants. Corridors that had once bustled with purposeful activity now echoed with the footsteps of a handful of personnel performing maintenance tasks that seemed increasingly pointless. Workshop areas designed to support major operations sat largely empty, their sophisticated equipment maintained more from habit than necessity. The archives that contained the Brotherhood's accumulated knowledge remained meticulously organized, but fewer people accessed them each month, as hope for future relevance continued to diminish. Head Paladin Hardin represented the faction within the Brotherhood that viewed McNamara's cautious approach as a slow suicide disguised as prudent leadership. A veteran of the Hoover Dam campaign, who had witnessed firsthand the consequences of inadequate preparation and poor decision-making. Hardin believed that only aggressive action could restore the Brotherhood to their rightful position in the Wasteland hierarchy. Hardin's arguments for military action were compelling to many younger Brotherhood members who had spent their entire adult lives hiding underground while their enemies prospered in the territories their organization had once controlled. The NCR was expanding eastward, establishing new settlements and trade routes that would eventually surround Hidden Valley completely. Caesar's Legion was advancing westward, bringing their anti-technology fanaticism closer to Brotherhood strongholds with each successful campaign. The strategic situation that McNamara and Hardin debated represented a classic military dilemma between preservation of forces and maintenance of operational relevance. The Brotherhood's remaining personnel were too valuable to risk in operations that might fail, but their continued isolation was making them increasingly irrelevant to the political and military developments that would determine the future of the region. The philosophical dimensions of this debate cut to the heart of what the Brotherhood represented and what they hoped to achieve in the post-war world. McNamara's position reflected Roger Maxson's original emphasis on preservation and careful stewardship of dangerous knowledge. If the Brotherhood's primary mission was to prevent technological catastrophes, then survival with their archives intact was more important than immediate influence over current events. Hardin's alternative vision emphasized the activist elements of Brotherhood doctrine that had developed during their expansion period. If their mission was to guide human civilization away from the mistakes that had caused the Great War, then they needed to maintain the capability for meaningful intervention in wasteland affairs. Technological knowledge was worthless if the people who possessed it lacked the power to implement it effectively. The arrival of the courier in 2281 provided both factions with an opportunity to test their competing approaches without committing the entire organization to either strategy. This mysterious figure, who had survived assassination and crossed the dangerous wasteland to reach Hidden Valley, represented exactly the kind of individual agent who might be able to accomplish objectives that Brotherhood forces could not achieve directly. The decision to allow the courier access to Brotherhood facilities and information was controversial even among McNamara's supporters. The organization's security had been built around careful screening of potential members and gradual introduction to sensitive information, trusting an outsider with knowledge about their location, capabilities, and internal disagreements violated protocols that had protected them for nearly 2 centuries. But the intelligence that the courier brought about developments in the wider wasteland made the risks of exposure seem manageable compared to the risks of continued ignorance. The Second Battle of Hoover Dam was approaching, with the NCR and Caesar's Legion preparing for a confrontation that would determine control over the entire Mojave region. The outcome of this battle would have enormous implications for Brotherhood interests, regardless of whether they participated directly. The courier's investigation into Brotherhood operations revealed the full extent of their decline, while also demonstrating possibilities for recovery that neither McNamara nor Hardin had seriously considered. The still in the dark questline that developed from this investigation forced Brotherhood leadership to confront uncomfortable truths about their situation, while opening pathways to involvement in regional affairs that had seemed impossible under their lockdown protocols. The discovery that Brotherhood patrols were being systematically eliminated by NCR forces provided concrete evidence for both sides of the internal debate. McNamara could point to these losses as validation of his cautious approach, arguing that premature exposure was getting their people killed without achieving meaningful objectives. Hardin could argue that passive defense was equally fatal, condemning the Brotherhood to death by 1,000 cuts while they waited helplessly for conditions to improve. The intelligence gathered about NCR military preparations and Legion advance planning revealed that the Brotherhood's period of strategic irrelevance was ending whether they chose to end it or not. The victor of the upcoming battle would control resources and territory that could support military operations against any remaining Brotherhood strongholds. Their choice was not between safety and danger, but between different forms of risk with different potential outcomes. Elder McNamara's personal evolution during this crisis reflected the impossible position that defeat had created for Brotherhood leadership. His training and experience had prepared him to lead a powerful organization with clear objectives and adequate resources. Instead, he found himself managing decline while searching for opportunities that might justify hope without creating false expectations. The weight of command in such circumstances was visible in McNamara's increasing isolation from his subordinates and his growing reliance on administrative procedures that provided structure in an otherwise chaotic situation. His daily routines of briefings, reports, and planning sessions continued as if the Brotherhood still possessed the capability to implement major operations, but everyone involved understood that these activities were more therapeutic than practical. Head Paladin Hardin's challenge to McNamara's leadership was motivated by genuine conviction that aggressive action offered better prospects for organizational survival than continued passivity. His military experience had taught him that defensive positions without strategic depth were ultimately untenable, especially when the enemy possessed overwhelming advantages in numbers and resources. Hardin's proposals for breaking the lockdown and resuming active operations were tactically sound but strategically risky. Brotherhood forces could probably secure local objectives through careful planning and superior equipment, but their inability to accept significant casualties meant that even successful operations might weaken them more than defeat. His plan required perfect execution and favorable circumstances that might not be available when they were needed. The Courier's role in resolving this leadership crisis demonstrated both the potential and the limitations of individual agency in determining organizational destiny. Depending on their choices and actions, the Brotherhood could emerge from their isolation as a renewed force in regional politics, continue their slow decline under modified leadership, or face destruction through exposure to enemies who had been searching for them since their retreat. The multiple possible outcomes of Brotherhood involvement in the Second Battle of Hoover Dam reflected the genuine uncertainty that surrounded their future prospects. Military victory, alongside the NCR, could restore their prestige while forcing them to accept subordinate status within a democratic framework they had always opposed. Victory with an independent New Vegas could provide autonomy while limiting their access to the resources necessary for major operations. Victory with Caesar's Legion was ideologically impossible given the Legion's hatred of advanced technology. The path that Brotherhood members chose during this crisis revealed their understanding of what their organization represented and what they hoped it could become. Those who supported continued isolation were essentially accepting that the Brotherhood's active mission was over, and that their remaining role was to preserve knowledge for some unspecified future opportunity. Those who supported renewed engagement were gambling that they could adapt their methods and objectives to changed circumstances without losing their essential identity. The chain that binds conspiracy that the Courier uncovered during their investigation provided a compelling example of how defeat and isolation could corrupt even the most dedicated Brotherhood members. The faction within the organization that was considering collaboration with outside groups had abandoned the principles that made the Brotherhood unique, while retaining the arrogance that made them insufferable to potential allies. The resolution of this internal conspiracy required Brotherhood leadership to confront the reality that their traditional recruitment and indoctrination methods were insufficient for maintaining organizational cohesion under extreme stress. The psychological pressures of defeat, isolation, and irrelevance were creating temptations that their formal training had not anticipated and could not effectively counter. Elder McNamara's handling of the chain that binds crisis demonstrated both his strengths and limitations as a leader during this transitional period. His ability to identify and eliminate threats to organizational security was exemplary, but his failure to address the underlying causes of member dissatisfaction suggested that similar problems would continue to emerge regardless of how effectively individual cases were resolved. The broader implications of the Brotherhood situation in 2281 extended far beyond their immediate survival concerns. Their decline represented a test case for whether elite institutions could adapt to democratic challenges without losing their essential character. Their struggle to maintain relevance while preserving their principles offered lessons for any organization that claimed authority based on superior knowledge or capability. The legacy of the Mojave Crisis would ultimately depend on decisions that were still being made as the Second Battle of Hoover Dam approached. The Brotherhood of Steel had survived their darkest period, but their future remained uncertain. The choices they made in response to this uncertainty would determine whether they could reclaim their position as guardians of technological knowledge, or would fade into irrelevance as the post-war world continued to evolve without them. The lessons learned during their years of isolation had taught them that technological superiority alone was insufficient for long-term influence, but they had not yet developed alternative approaches that could serve their mission effectively. The resolution of this challenge would require wisdom that went beyond their traditional expertise, and success would depend on their ability to grow beyond the limitations that had contributed to their previous failures. East Coast Expedition, The Lyons, Chapter. The year 2254 marked a pivotal moment in Brotherhood of Steel history, when Elder Lyons departed the Lost Hills bunker with a hand-picked expedition force, carrying orders that would fundamentally alter the organization's understanding of its mission and capabilities. The journey to the ruins of Washington, D.C. was conceived as a reconnaissance and recovery operation, but it evolved into something far more significant, the creation of an entirely new Brotherhood chapter with its own interpretation of technological guardianship and human responsibility. Elder Owen Lyons was chosen for this mission precisely because of his unique combination of military competence and philosophical flexibility. Unlike many of his contemporaries who viewed the Brotherhood's doctrine as immutable truth, Lyons understood that the organization's core principles could be expressed through different methods depending on local circumstances and immediate needs. The expedition that departed California included some of the Brotherhood's most experienced personnel, carefully selected for their diverse skills and proven adaptability. Senior Scribe Rothschild brought expertise in advanced technology analysis and field research techniques. Paladin Sarah Lyons, the Elder's daughter, represented the younger generation of Brotherhood members who had grown up during the expansion period and understood the importance of community relationships. The logistics of organizing a cross-continental expedition were staggering, requiring months of preparation and enormous quantities of supplies and equipment. The Brotherhood's manufacturing capabilities were stretched to their limits, producing vehicles, spare parts, and specialized gear necessary for traversing thousands of miles of unknown territory. The power armor suits and energy weapons carried by the expedition represented a significant portion of the organization's most advanced equipment. The route planning process revealed the extent to which the Brotherhood's knowledge of conditions outside California was limited and outdated. Pre-war maps provided basic geographical information, but they offered no insight into post-war political conditions, environmental hazards, or technological developments that might affect travel safety and mission success. The journey itself became an education in the diversity of post-war American civilization and the varied approaches that different communities had developed for survival and reconstruction. The expedition encountered settlements that had successfully preserved pre-war knowledge alongside others that had deliberately rejected technological advancement in favor of simpler, more sustainable lifestyles. In the ruins of Denver, they discovered a community of ghouls who had maintained a functioning medical facility using pre-war equipment and improvised modifications. The technical innovations these survivors had developed challenged Brotherhood assumptions about the relationship between formal training and practical competence. Their success in adapting complex medical technology to post-war conditions demonstrated that official credentials were less important than practical experience and creative problem-solving. The encounter with the Chicago chapter of the Midwest Brotherhood provided Lyons with direct experience of how their organization's doctrine could evolve when separated from central authority. The Midwest chapter had adopted recruitment policies and operational methods that would have been considered heretical by West Coast standards, but their effectiveness in their local environment was undeniable. These interactions forced Lyons to reconsider fundamental assumptions about the Brotherhood's relationship with civilian populations and their responsibilities toward technological development. The communities that had achieved the greatest success in post-war reconstruction were those that had found ways to combine advanced technology with inclusive governance and broad-based education. The arrival at the ruins of Washington, D.C. in 2255 exceeded even Lyons' expectations regarding the technological treasures that awaited discovery. The Pentagon, despite suffering significant damage during the nuclear exchange, contained archives and equipment that had been protected by military-grade hardening systems. The facility's underground levels housed research materials and prototype weapons that represented the pinnacle of pre-war American military technology. But more significant than any specific technological discovery was Lyons' growing understanding of the human cost of the Brotherhood's traditional approach to technological guardianship. The Capital Wasteland was populated by communities that desperately needed the medical, energy, and manufacturing technologies that the Brotherhood possessed, but organizational doctrine prevented sharing this knowledge with people who lacked proper training and oversight. The super mutant threat that emerged from Vault 87 provided Lyons with a concrete example of how the Brotherhood's mission could be interpreted in more activist terms. These creatures were not simply environmental hazards to be avoided or contained, but active threats to human survival that the Brotherhood's capabilities made them uniquely qualified to address. The tactical challenges posed by the Capital Wasteland super mutants were different from those the West Coast Brotherhood had faced during the Masters campaign. These creatures were less organized but more individually dangerous, requiring different approaches to combat and containment. The urban environment of downtown Washington created opportunities for guerrilla warfare that favored defenders with local knowledge over attackers with superior equipment. Lyons' decision to establish the Citadel in the Pentagon ruins reflected both practical necessity and symbolic significance. The facility provided excellent defensive positions and access to the technological resources that made the expedition valuable, but it also represented the Brotherhood's commitment to remaining in the Capital Wasteland rather than returning to California after completing their original mission. The establishment of Lyons' pride as an elite unit within the East Coast Brotherhood demonstrated Lyons' understanding that success in their new environment would require personnel who could operate effectively alongside civilian allies. The training protocols developed for this unit emphasized cultural sensitivity and diplomatic skills alongside traditional military competencies. Sarah Lyons' role in developing these new operational approaches reflected the generational changes that were occurring within the Brotherhood during this period. Her experience working with wasteland communities had taught her that technological superiority meant nothing if it was not applied in ways that addressed real human needs and concerns. The philosophical evolution that Lyons underwent during his early years in the Capital Wasteland can be traced through his communications with West Coast leadership and his public statements to local communities. His initial reports emphasized the technological discoveries and military operations that aligned with traditional Brotherhood priorities. Later communications revealed growing concern about the humanitarian crisis affecting the region and the Brotherhood's potential role in addressing it. The West Coast Brotherhood's response to these evolving priorities demonstrated the organizational tensions that would eventually lead to formal separation between the chapters. Elder McNamara and his advisors understood the practical logic of Lyons' approach, while remaining concerned about the precedent it might establish for Brotherhood operations in other regions. The debates between East and West Coast leadership reflected deeper questions about the relationship between means and ends in the Brotherhood's mission. If their ultimate goal was human welfare and technological progress, did their methods really matter as long as they achieved positive results? If their methods were essential to preventing corruption and abuse, could they be modified without undermining the principles that made the Brotherhood unique? The emergence of the outcasts as a faction within the East Coast Brotherhood provided a case study in how these philosophical disagreements could manifest in practical terms. The personnel who rejected Lyons' humanitarian approach were not simply conservative traditionalists, but dedicated Brotherhood members who genuinely believed that deviation from established doctrine would ultimately harm the people they claimed to help. The outcasts' decision to establish Fort Independence as an alternative headquarters demonstrated both the strength of their convictions and the limitations of their alternative approach. Their success in maintaining traditional Brotherhood operations showed that Lyons' methods were not the only viable option for East Coast operations, but their isolation from local communities limited their effectiveness in addressing regional threats and opportunities. The resource conflicts that developed between the official Brotherhood forces and the outcasts revealed how organizational schisms could weaken both factions while strengthening their enemies. Equipment, personnel, and intelligence that should have been shared for maximum effectiveness were instead hoarded or used competitively, reducing the overall impact of Brotherhood operations in the Capital Wasteland. Elder Lyons' handling of this internal crisis demonstrated both his leadership capabilities and his commitment to principles that transcended organizational unity. Rather than compromising his vision to maintain factional cohesion, he accepted the costs of division while continuing to pursue policies he believed were correct, regardless of their short-term consequences. The long-term implications of the East Coast Brotherhood's philosophical evolution extended far beyond the immediate circumstances that motivated it. Lyons had essentially created a proof of concept for alternative approaches to technological guardianship that could serve as models for Brotherhood operations in other regions or time periods. The success of the East Coast chapter in maintaining community support while achieving military objectives demonstrated that the Brotherhood's traditional isolation was a choice rather than a necessity. Their ability to share technology selectively without losing control over the most dangerous knowledge showed that compromise was possible without abandoning essential principles. But the costs of this approach were also evident in the organizational tensions and resource constraints that limited the East Coast Brotherhood's effectiveness. The personnel and equipment devoted to humanitarian operations could not be used for traditional technology recovery missions, creating trade-offs that had to be carefully managed to avoid undermining either objective. The legacy of Elder Lyons' leadership during this formative period would shape East Coast Brotherhood operations for decades to come. His willingness to challenge traditional doctrine while maintaining organizational integrity established precedents that would influence future leaders while creating expectations that would be difficult to fulfill under different circumstances. The philosophical framework that emerged from the East Coast experience offered a vision of technological guardianship that was more inclusive and activist than traditional Brotherhood doctrine, but it also required capabilities and resources that might not be available to other chapters operating under different conditions. The ultimate test of this approach would come when the East Coast Brotherhood faced challenges that could not be resolved through community cooperation and technological sharing. The transformation of the Brotherhood of Steel from an isolated military order into an active participant in regional governance represented one of the most significant developments in post-war American political history. The success of this transformation would determine whether elite institutions could adapt to democratic challenges without losing their essential character and effectiveness. Fallout 3: A Good Fight. By 2277, the Capital Wasteland had become a laboratory for testing whether the Brotherhood of Steel could maintain their core mission while embracing humanitarian responsibilities that their founders had never envisioned. Elder Lyons' transformation of the East Coast chapter from technology collectors into community protectors had created both unprecedented opportunities and dangerous vulnerabilities that would be tested by the emergence of the most significant threat to human civilization since the Master's super mutant army. The Enclave's return to the American mainland represented more than just a military challenge for the Brotherhood. It was a confrontation with their own history and the fundamental questions that had driven their organization's creation. The descendants of the pre-war government and military-industrial complex that had created the conditions for nuclear war were now attempting to reclaim their authority through methods that made their predecessors' crimes seem modest by comparison. Project Purity had become the symbol of everything the East Coast Brotherhood hoped to achieve through their modified approach to technological guardianship. James Madison's vision of providing clean water to the entire Capital Wasteland addressed basic human needs while demonstrating the positive potential of pre-war science when applied with wisdom and moral clarity. The technical challenges involved in restoring the Jefferson Memorial's water purification systems required the full range of Brotherhood expertise while providing opportunities for collaboration with civilian scientists and engineers. Senior Scribe Rothschild's analysis of the facility's pre-war design revealed both the brilliance and the limitations of the engineers who had originally conceived the project. The irony was not lost on Brotherhood leadership that the same government that had sanctioned the FEV experiments at Mariposa had also funded research into technologies that could benefit human health and welfare. This duality reflected the fundamental complexity of technological progress and the importance of the moral framework within which scientific advancement occurred. Dr. James's personal commitment to the project demonstrated the kind of dedication and sacrifice that the Brotherhood claimed to embody, but his approach differed significantly from their traditional methods. Where the Brotherhood emphasized control and careful oversight, James pursued open collaboration and knowledge sharing that made his research vulnerable to interference or corruption. The Enclave's interest in Project Purity revealed the continuing relevance of the Brotherhood's concerns about technology falling into the wrong hands. Colonel Autumn's plans for using the water purification system as a tool for political control demonstrated exactly the kind of abuse that the Brotherhood's doctrine was designed to prevent. But the Enclave's capabilities also challenged the Brotherhood's assumptions about their own technological superiority and strategic relevance. The enemy's advanced power armor, energy weapons, and aircraft demonstrated that other organizations had not only preserved pre-war knowledge, but had continued to develop new technologies that exceeded anything in the Brotherhood's arsenal. The arrival of the Lone Wanderer provided the East Coast Brotherhood with an opportunity to demonstrate the effectiveness of their modified approach to outsider relations. Unlike the traditional Brotherhood practice of extensive testing and gradual indoctrination, Lyons' people were willing to trust individuals who demonstrated competence and moral clarity regardless of their formal qualifications or organizational affiliation. Sarah Lyons' leadership of Lyons Pride during the early phases of the conflict demonstrated how the East Coast Brotherhood's emphasis on community relations had created military capabilities that complemented their traditional technological advantages. Her unit's ability to operate effectively alongside civilian militia and security forces multiplied their impact while reducing their dependence on Brotherhood-only resources. The tactical challenges posed by Enclave forces required innovative approaches that combined traditional Brotherhood strengths with new methods developed through their Capital Wasteland experience. Power armor operations in urban environments demanded different skills from wasteland reconnaissance, while energy weapon engagements against equally well-equipped enemies required tactical sophistication that exceeded anything in their previous experience. The Liberty Prime project represented the pinnacle of pre-war American military engineering and the ultimate test of the Brotherhood's technical capabilities. The massive robot had been designed as the ultimate expression of technological supremacy, but its completion required not just engineering expertise, but the kind of collaborative effort that the East Coast Brotherhood had learned to coordinate. Senior Scribe Rothschild's work on restoring Liberty Prime's operational systems demonstrated both the potential and the limitations of individual genius within complex technological projects. His theoretical understanding of the robot's design was essential, but practical implementation required contributions from personnel with diverse specializations and practical experience. The symbolic significance of Liberty Prime extended far beyond its military capabilities. The robot's pre-war programming included patriotic declarations and anti-communist rhetoric that reflected the ideological context within which it had been created. For the Brotherhood, deploying this weapon against the Enclave represented a form of poetic justice that validated their claim to be the true inheritors of American technological achievement. The assault on the Jefferson Memorial marked the first major test of the Brotherhood's ability to conduct coordinated operations alongside civilian allies while maintaining their technological advantages. The complexity of the mission required careful integration of different unit types, with varying capabilities and training levels. The Lone Wanderer's role in this operation demonstrated both the potential and the risks of the Brotherhood's more inclusive approach to mission planning. Allowing an outsider to participate in such a critical operation violated traditional security protocols, but their unique background and demonstrated capabilities made them potentially decisive for mission success. The sacrifice required to activate Project Purity created a moment of moral clarity that defined the East Coast Brotherhood's understanding of their mission and responsibilities. The choice between personal survival and community welfare that confronted the operation's participants reflected the fundamental values that separated the Brotherhood from organizations motivated primarily by self-interest or power. The successful activation of the water purification system represented more than just a tactical victory over Enclave forces. It demonstrated that pre-war technology could be used to address human needs rather than simply accumulating power or causing destruction. The clean water that began flowing throughout the Capital Wasteland provided tangible evidence that the Brotherhood's mission could produce meaningful benefits for ordinary people. The public response to Project Purity's success validated Elder Lyons' belief that community support was essential for the Brotherhood's long-term effectiveness and survival. The gratitude expressed by Wasteland settlements provided both practical assistance and psychological reinforcement that sustained Brotherhood personnel through the difficult phases of the continuing conflict. The Enclave's response to their defeat at Jefferson Memorial revealed both their desperation and their fundamental misunderstanding of post-war political realities. Their attempt to continue operations from Raven Rock and Adams Air Force Base demonstrated technical competence combined with strategic blindness that made them dangerous, but ultimately defeatable. The assault on Raven Rock required the Brotherhood to deploy their most advanced capabilities, while adapting to combat environments that pushed their equipment and training to their limits. The underground facility's defensive systems had been designed to resist nuclear attack, making conventional assault nearly impossible without weapons that matched the facility's own technological sophistication. Liberty Prime's performance during the Raven Rock operation exceeded even the most optimistic projections of its combat effectiveness. The robot's ability to engage multiple targets simultaneously while advancing through prepared defensive positions demonstrated the decisive advantage that superior technology could provide when properly deployed. But the robot's destruction during the subsequent assault on Adams Air Force Base also demonstrated the limitations of relying too heavily on single technological solutions to complex strategic problems. The loss of Liberty Prime forced the Brotherhood to fall back on their traditional strengths of personnel training, tactical flexibility, and equipment maintenance while searching for alternative approaches to completing their mission. The final assault on the Enclave's mobile base crawler represented the culmination of everything the East Coast Brotherhood had learned about combining technological superiority with tactical innovation and community cooperation. The complexity of the operation required coordination between multiple unit types using different equipment and operating under varying conditions. The destruction of the Enclave's remaining forces eliminated the immediate threat to Capital Wasteland security, while providing the Brotherhood with access to advanced technologies that had been developed during decades of isolated research. The power armor designs, energy weapons, and aircraft captured during these operations represented the largest technological acquisition in Brotherhood history. The integration of Enclave technology into Brotherhood operations required careful analysis to distinguish between innovations that aligned with their values and developments that represented the kind of corrupted science they opposed. The enemy's willingness to develop biological weapons and genocide technologies demonstrated the importance of maintaining moral boundaries in scientific research. The aftermath of the Enclave War created new challenges for the East Coast Brotherhood as they struggled to manage their expanded responsibilities while maintaining their essential character and mission focus. The success of Project Purity had created expectations about their role in regional development that exceeded their traditional capabilities and resources. Elder Lyons' handling of these post-war challenges demonstrated both the strengths and limitations of his leadership philosophy. His commitment to humanitarian principles had enabled the Brotherhood's victory over the Enclave. But the practical demands of governing and protecting large civilian populations required capabilities that military organizations were not designed to provide. The legacy of the Capital Wasteland campaign extended far beyond its immediate military and political consequences. The East Coast Brotherhood had proven that their organization could adapt to local conditions while maintaining their core mission, but they had also created precedents that would be difficult to sustain under different circumstances or leadership. The philosophical framework that emerged from the conflict emphasized technology's potential for human benefit while acknowledging the continued relevance of careful oversight and control. This balanced approach offered possibilities for future Brotherhood operations that could serve their traditional mission while addressing the practical needs of post-war communities. But the success of this approach depended heavily on specific circumstances and personalities that might not be available to other Brotherhood chapters or future leaders. The East Coast experience had demonstrated what was possible, but it had not resolved the fundamental tensions between elite guardianship and democratic governance that would continue to challenge the organization's development. The transformation of the Brotherhood of Steel, from isolated technology hoarders into active participants in regional governance, represented one of the most significant developments in post-war American political history. The success of this transformation had validated Elder Lyons' vision while creating new challenges that would test his successor's ability to maintain his legacy while adapting to changing circumstances. Broken Steel and Transition Crisis. The victory over the Enclave in 2278 should have marked the beginning of a golden age for the East Coast Brotherhood of Steel, but instead it initiated a period of internal crisis that would threaten everything Elder Lyons had accomplished during his transformation of the organization. The challenges that emerged in the aftermath of their greatest triumph revealed the fundamental tensions between the Brotherhood's traditional structure and the expanded responsibilities they had assumed in the Capital Wasteland. The immediate aftermath of Project Purity's activation created logistical and administrative challenges that the Brotherhood was poorly equipped to handle. Providing clean water to hundreds of thousands of wasteland residents required infrastructure development, security coordination, and resource management on a scale that exceeded anything in their previous experience. The technical success of the purification system was only the beginning of a much larger undertaking that would test every aspect of their organizational capabilities. Elder Lyons found himself struggling to balance competing demands from Brotherhood traditionalists who wanted to return to their core mission of technology preservation and community leaders who expected continued expansion of humanitarian services. The personnel and resources devoted to water distribution and facility security could not simultaneously be used for the technology recovery operations that had always been the organization's primary function. The super mutant threat that persisted throughout the Capital Wasteland despite the Enclave's defeat demonstrated that military victory alone was insufficient for achieving lasting security. The creatures that continued to emerge from Vault 87 and other FEV contamination sites required ongoing containment operations that diverted Brotherhood forces from other priorities, while providing little opportunity for technological advancement or community development. Sarah Lyons' leadership during these post-war operations revealed both her tactical brilliance and the enormous pressure that the Brotherhood's expanded mission placed on individual personnel. As the commander of Lyons' Pride and the Elder's designated heir, she bore responsibility for maintaining combat effectiveness while adapting to the changed strategic environment that followed the Enclave's elimination. The capture and analysis of Enclave technology presented the Brotherhood with opportunities and challenges that would influence their development for decades. The advanced power armor designs, energy weapons, and manufacturing equipment acquired during the conflict represented the most significant technological advancement in their history. But integrating these innovations required expertise and resources that strained their capabilities. Senior scribe Rothschild's research into Enclave technological developments revealed the extent to which their enemies had continued pre-war research programs that the Brotherhood had only been able to preserve in archived form. The manufacturing techniques and materials science advances represented by Enclave equipment offered possibilities for indigenous production that could make the Brotherhood far less dependent on scavenging and salvage operations. But the practical implementation of these manufacturing capabilities required infrastructure investments and personnel training that competed with immediate operational needs. The Brotherhood faced the classic dilemma of organizations experiencing rapid growth. They needed to invest in future capabilities while maintaining current operations, but they lacked the resources to do both effectively. The psychological impact of victory over such a technologically advanced enemy created overconfidence among some Brotherhood members, who began to question whether their traditional caution about technology sharing remained relevant. If they had proven capable of defeating the descendants of the pre-war government, perhaps they were also capable of managing more aggressive expansion and technology dissemination. These debates reflected generational differences within the organization that had been developing since the departure from California. Younger members who had grown up during the East Coast expansion were more influenced by their success in community relations than by their elders' memories of pre-war technological catastrophes. Elder Lyons' declining health during this period added urgency to succession planning that had been deferred during the crisis years of the Enclave conflict. The philosophical divisions within the organization made leadership transition particularly challenging, as different factions supported candidates who represented very different visions of the Brotherhood's future direction. The administrative burden of governing the territories that had come under Brotherhood protection during the war was revealing limitations in their organizational structure that had not been apparent during purely military operations. Making decisions about resource allocation, infrastructure development, and civilian governance required expertise that military hierarchies were not designed to provide. The emergence of new threats from the former Enclave personnel who had escaped destruction created ongoing security challenges that prevented the Brotherhood from fully transitioning to peacetime operations. Scattered groups of power armor, equipped soldiers, and advanced technology continued to pose dangers that required constant vigilance and tactical response. The Lone Wanderer's continued involvement in Brotherhood operations provided both assistance and complications for leadership trying to manage the organization's transition. Their effectiveness in combat operations was undeniable, but their outsider status and independent methods created precedents that some Brotherhood members found troubling. The relationship between the East Coast Brotherhood and civilian settlements evolved rapidly during this period, as communities that had been grateful for protection began to expect ongoing services and support. The transition from emergency assistance to permanent governance created responsibilities that the Brotherhood had never intended to assume, but found difficult to abandon. Elder Lyons' death in 2278 eliminated the visionary leadership that had guided the East Coast Brotherhood through their most transformative period, while leaving unresolved the fundamental questions about their future direction and organizational structure. His passing created a leadership vacuum that exposed the fragility of the institutions he had created. Sarah Lyons' assumption of elder rank represented both continuity with her father's policies and acknowledgement of the military realities that continued to dominate Brotherhood operations. Her experience as a combat leader provided credibility with personnel who were skeptical of civilian oversight. But her youth and gender created challenges in an organization that had traditionally been led by older male officers. The brief period of Sarah Lyons' leadership demonstrated both the potential and the limitations of her approach to Brotherhood governance. Her tactical expertise and personal courage were undeniable, but the administrative and diplomatic aspects of elder responsibilities required skills that her military background had not fully developed. Sarah's death in combat in 2279 represented a devastating blow to Brotherhood morale and organizational continuity. The loss of both father and daughter within such a short period eliminated the leadership that had created and sustained the East Coast chapter's distinctive identity, while creating uncertainty about whether their policies could survive without their personal authority. The succession crisis that followed Sarah's death revealed the extent to which the East Coast Brotherhood's transformation had depended on individual leadership rather than institutional development. The competing factions that emerged during the leadership contest represented different interpretations of the Lyons legacy and different visions of how the organization should adapt to their changed circumstances. The eventual emergence of Arthur Maxson as a compromise candidate reflected both his bloodline connection to the Brotherhood's founder and his potential to bridge the philosophical divisions that had developed within the organization. His youth offered possibilities for long-term leadership, while his traditional training provided reassurance to members concerned about deviation from core Brotherhood principles. Arthur Maxson's early leadership decisions revealed a sophisticated understanding of the challenges facing the East Coast Brotherhood and a pragmatic approach to resolving them. His efforts to reunify the organization with the outcasts demonstrated recognition that internal divisions were weakening their effectiveness, while his continued commitment to community protection showed respect for his predecessor's achievements. The reconciliation with the outcasts required delicate negotiations that addressed both practical concerns about resource sharing and philosophical disagreements about the proper scope of Brotherhood operations. The success of these negotiations demonstrated that organizational unity was possible without complete ideological conformity. The doctrinal synthesis that emerged under Maxson's leadership combined traditional Brotherhood emphasis on technological preservation with selective application of the humanitarian principles that had defined the Lyons era. This balanced approach offered possibilities for maintaining community support while returning to more focused mission parameters. The military reforms that Maxson implemented reflected lessons learned from both the successful operations against the Enclave and the ongoing challenges of territorial security. The integration of former outcast personnel provided additional expertise, while the emphasis on standardized training ensured that all Brotherhood members could operate effectively regardless of their factional background. The technological development programs initiated during this period demonstrated the Brotherhood's growing confidence in their ability to advance beyond simple preservation of pre-war knowledge. The manufacturing capabilities acquired from the Enclave were being used to produce improved versions of traditional Brotherhood equipment, while research programs explored possibilities for entirely new technologies. But the underlying tensions that had created the succession crisis remained unresolved beneath the surface of organizational reunification. The fundamental questions about the Brotherhood's relationship with civilian populations and their responsibilities for regional governance would continue to influence their development as they faced new challenges in the years to come. The legacy of the transition period between the Lyons era and the Maxson restoration would shape East Coast Brotherhood operations for decades. The institutional knowledge gained during this crisis about managing leadership succession and organizational change would prove valuable in future challenges, while the philosophical framework that emerged would influence their approach to expansion and technological development. The successful navigation of this internal crisis demonstrated the resilience of the institutions that Elder Lyons had created, while revealing the importance of adaptive leadership in maintaining organizational effectiveness. The Brotherhood that emerged from this period was both more unified and more sophisticated in their understanding of the relationship between military capability and civilian governance. Fallout 4: The Commonwealth Campaign. The arrival of the Pridwen over the Commonwealth in 2287 marked the triumphant return of the Brotherhood of Steel to continental prominence, but it also represented the culmination of Arthur Maxson's ambitious vision for transforming his organization from a regional power into the dominant technological authority across post-war America. The massive airship that darkened the skies over Boston was more than just a military asset. It was a symbol of the Brotherhood's rebirth and their determination to fulfill their founder's mission on an unprecedented scale. Elder Arthur Maxson had spent nearly a decade preparing for this moment, consolidating power within the East Coast Brotherhood, while developing the capabilities necessary for expansion beyond the Capital Wasteland. The reunification with the outcasts had provided additional personnel and expertise, but more importantly, it had eliminated the internal divisions that had weakened the organization during the transition period following the Lyons deaths. The technological achievements that made the Commonwealth expedition possible represented the Brotherhood's evolution from scavengers and preservers of pre-war knowledge into active developers of new capabilities. The Pridwen itself exemplified this transformation, combining pre-war engineering principles with post-war innovations to create an aircraft that exceeded anything the old world had produced. The construction of the Pridwen had required unprecedented coordination between Brotherhood chapters and allied settlements, demonstrating Maxson's ability to mobilize resources on a scale that previous leaders had never attempted. The project consumed enormous quantities of materials and personnel while serving as a proving ground for the manufacturing and engineering capabilities that would be essential for continental expansion. The intelligence that had motivated the Commonwealth expedition came from multiple sources that painted a disturbing picture of technological development occurring outside Brotherhood oversight. Reports of synthetic humans, advanced robotics, and institutional research programs suggested that somewhere in the former Massachusetts area, pre-war science was continuing to advance in directions that posed existential threats to human civilization. The Institute represented everything the Brotherhood had been created to prevent advanced technology in the hands of people who prioritize scientific achievement over moral responsibility. The underground facilities research programs into artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, and synthetic biology violated fundamental principles about the proper relationship between technological capability and human welfare. Maxson's personal involvement in planning the Commonwealth operation reflected his understanding that this campaign would determine whether the Brotherhood could fulfill their continental mission or would be forced to accept regional limitations. The resources committed to the expedition represented a significant portion of the organization's total capabilities, making success essential for maintaining their expanded ambitions. The Pridwen's crew represented the elite of Brotherhood personnel, carefully selected for their expertise, loyalty, and ability to operate effectively in unfamiliar territory. Senior Scribe Nariah brought advanced research capabilities that would be essential for analyzing recovered Institute technology. Proctor Ingram's engineering expertise would be crucial for maintaining their advanced equipment under field conditions. The dramatic arrival of the Pridwen over Boston created exactly the psychological impact that Maxson had intended. The massive airship's presence demonstrated Brotherhood technological superiority while announcing their intention to establish permanent authority over the region. The fear and wonder that the aircraft inspired among Commonwealth residents provided immediate tactical advantages while establishing the foundation for longer-term political relationships. The establishment of Boston Airport as the Brotherhood's primary base of operations reflected careful strategic planning that balanced security requirements with operational flexibility. The facility's pre-war infrastructure provided essential support capabilities, while its location allowed rapid deployment throughout the Commonwealth region. The initial reconnaissance operations that followed the Pridwin's arrival revealed both opportunities and challenges that would shape the Brotherhood's Commonwealth strategy. The region contained numerous pre-war facilities that had been preserved in remarkably good condition, but it was also populated by well-organized settlements that had developed their own approaches to technological development and governance. The Cambridge police station that became the Brotherhood's forward headquarters demonstrated their commitment to establishing permanent presence throughout the Commonwealth, rather than simply conducting isolated operations. The facility's conversion into a Brotherhood stronghold required extensive modifications that showcased their engineering capabilities while providing a visible symbol of their authority. The recruitment efforts that began immediately after the Brotherhood's arrival revealed both the appeal of their organization and the limitations of their traditional selection criteria. Young Commonwealth residents were attracted by the advanced technology and military prestige that Brotherhood membership offered, but many lacked the technical background and philosophical commitment that previous generations of recruits had possessed. Knight, Riss, and Scribe Halen, who managed much of the initial recruitment and training, found themselves adapting Brotherhood procedures to accommodate recruits whose backgrounds differed significantly from traditional candidates. The urban environment of post-war Boston had produced survivors with different skills and perspectives than the wasteland communities that had previously supplied Brotherhood personnel. The arrival of the sole survivor provided the Brotherhood with an unprecedented opportunity to demonstrate their value to Commonwealth residents, while gaining access to intelligence and capabilities that would be crucial for their mission's success. The stranger who emerged from Vault 111 represented exactly the kind of individual that Maxson hoped to integrate into his expanded organization. The testing and evaluation procedures that the sole survivor underwent reflected Maxson's sophisticated understanding of leadership development and organizational integration. Rather than simply assigning tasks based on immediate needs, the Brotherhood provided opportunities for the newcomer to demonstrate competence across multiple areas, while gradually increasing their access to sensitive information and resources. The power armor training that became central to the sole survivor's integration demonstrated the Brotherhood's continued emphasis on technological mastery as the foundation for organizational membership. The fusion-powered suits that had defined Brotherhood identity for over 2 centuries remained essential tools for projecting power and maintaining superiority over conventional forces. The energy weapons that accompanied advanced training represented the cutting edge of Brotherhood technological development, incorporating innovations derived from Enclave research, with improvements developed through their own manufacturing capabilities. The plasma rifles and laser weapons that Brotherhood forces carried were superior to anything available to Commonwealth factions, while remaining maintainable under field conditions. The intelligence-gathering operations that preceded major Brotherhood initiatives revealed the complexity of Commonwealth politics and the sophistication of the threats they faced. The Institute's influence extended throughout the region through their synthetic infiltrators, creating security challenges that traditional military approaches could not easily address. The Railroad's existence as an organized opposition to Institute policies created opportunities for tactical cooperation, while presenting ideological challenges that complicated Brotherhood decision-making. The underground organization's commitment to synthetic rights conflicted with Brotherhood beliefs about the proper boundaries between human and artificial intelligence. The Minutemen's revival under the sole survivor's leadership demonstrated the continued appeal of democratic governance and civilian self-defense in post-war communities. Their success in mobilizing settlement resources and coordinating defensive operations provided an alternative model for regional organization that competed with Brotherhood authority. The tactical operations that defined the Brotherhood's Commonwealth campaign demonstrated both their military superiority and the limitations of purely technological solutions to complex political problems. The assault on Fort Strong showcased their ability to overwhelm conventional defenses, while the ongoing struggle against Institute infiltration revealed vulnerabilities that advanced equipment could not address. The Cambridge Polymer Labs mission exemplified the kind of technology recovery operation that had always been central to Brotherhood identity. But the advanced materials discovered there raised questions about the proper limits of scientific research and development. The experimental compounds that had been preserved since the Great War offered enormous potential benefits alongside equally significant dangers. The mass fusion building operation represented the Brotherhood's most ambitious Commonwealth undertaking, requiring coordination between air and ground forces while demonstrating their capability for large-scale infrastructure projects. The nuclear material secured during this operation was essential for maintaining their advanced technology, while the public nature of the mission announced their dominance over regional resources. The investigation into Institute operations required intelligence capabilities that pushed Brotherhood methodology beyond its traditional boundaries. The underground facility's security systems and synthetic infiltrators created challenges that could not be overcome through conventional reconnaissance or military assault. The discovery of the Institute's true capabilities and objectives validated Maxson's decision to commit major resources to the Commonwealth expedition. While revealing threats that exceeded even his worst-case projections, the underground facility's research programs represented the kind of unconstrained scientific development that could ultimately replace human civilization with artificial alternatives. The teleportation technology that provided access to the Institute demonstrated both the facility's advanced capabilities and the Brotherhood's adaptability in employing unfamiliar systems for tactical advantage. The decision to use enemy technology for infiltration purposes reflected pragmatic flexibility that balanced ideological purity against operational necessity. The final assault on the Institute required coordination between all Brotherhood assets, while representing the culmination of everything they had learned about combining technological superiority with tactical innovation. The nuclear destruction of the underground facility eliminated the immediate threat, while providing access to research materials that would influence Brotherhood development for generations. The aftermath of the Institute's destruction created new responsibilities for the Brotherhood as the dominant power in the Commonwealth region. The settlements that had been threatened by synthetic infiltration now looked to Brotherhood authority for security and guidance, creating opportunities for expansion alongside challenges for governance. The integration of Institute technology into Brotherhood operations required careful analysis to distinguish between innovations that aligned with their values and developments that represented the kind of dangerous research they opposed. The manufacturing capabilities and scientific knowledge captured during the operation offered possibilities for advancement that needed to be balanced against risks of corruption. The establishment of permanent Brotherhood presence throughout the Commonwealth marked the successful completion of Maxson's continental expansion strategy, while creating the foundation for future operations in other regions. The network of checkpoints, patrols, and allied settlements that emerged from their campaign demonstrated their evolution from isolated military order into active participants in post-war governance. The long-term implications of the Commonwealth campaign extended far beyond its immediate military and political consequences. The Brotherhood had proven their ability to project power across continental distances while adapting their methods to local conditions. But they had also created expectations about their role in regional development that would be difficult to sustain without continued expansion. The philosophical framework that emerged from the Institute conflict emphasize the continued relevance of technological guardianship while acknowledging the need for more sophisticated approaches to threats that went beyond simple preservation or destruction. The synthetic rights debates that followed the campaign revealed new dimensions of their mission that previous generations had not anticipated. The success of the Commonwealth expedition validated Arthur Maxson's leadership while establishing the Brotherhood as the preeminent technological power in post-war America. The capabilities they had demonstrated during the campaign created possibilities for future operations that could extend their influence across the entire continent. But success would depend on their ability to manage the responsibilities that came with such expanded authority. The legacy of the Commonwealth campaign would shape Brotherhood development for decades to come, providing both the confidence and the resources necessary for continued expansion, while creating precedents for technological acquisition and regional governance that would influence their approach to future challenges and opportunities. Brotherhood, philosophy, and ideology. Deep dive. The philosophical foundations that guide the Brotherhood of Steel represent far more than simple military doctrine or organizational procedures. They constitute a comprehensive worldview about the relationship between knowledge and power, the responsibilities of intellectual elites, and the fundamental nature of human civilization in the aftermath of technological catastrophe. Understanding these beliefs is essential for comprehending why the Brotherhood has made the choices that have defined their history and continue to shape their future. The core principle that underlies all Brotherhood thinking is the conviction that advanced technology represents both humanity's greatest achievement and its most dangerous threat. This duality is not abstract philosophical speculation, but concrete historical reality, proven by the nuclear war that destroyed the old world. The same scientific knowledge that created fusion power, medical miracles, and labor-saving automation also produced weapons capable of ending human civilization. The Brotherhood's response to this fundamental paradox has been to argue that technology itself is morally neutral, but the people who control it are not. The nuclear war occurred not because scientific advancement was inherently evil, but because it was placed in the hands of individuals and institutions that lacked the wisdom, discipline, and moral clarity necessary to use it responsibly. This analysis leads directly to the Brotherhood's central political philosophy, technological guardianship by qualified elites. In their view, advanced knowledge is too dangerous to be distributed democratically among populations that cannot understand its implications or control its applications. Instead, it must be preserved and controlled by people who have demonstrated both technical competence and moral character. The criteria that the Brotherhood uses to determine who qualifies for technological guardianship reflect their understanding of the personal qualities that prevent corruption and abuse of power. Technical expertise is obviously essential, but it is not sufficient. History is full of brilliant scientists who use their knowledge for destructive purposes when they lack proper moral guidance. Military discipline provides the framework within which technical expertise can be safely developed and applied. The hierarchical structure that governs Brotherhood operations ensures that decisions about technological deployment are made by people who understand both the capabilities of advanced systems and the consequences of their misuse. The Brotherhood's emphasis on personal character evaluation during recruitment and advancement reflects their belief that moral integrity cannot be taught, but must be inherent in individuals who are granted access to dangerous knowledge. Their extensive testing procedures are designed to identify people who will prioritize community welfare over personal advancement when faced with difficult choices. The philosophical justification for this approach draws heavily on pre-war history and the Brotherhood's interpretation of what caused the Great War. In their analysis, democratic governments proved incapable of preventing technological catastrophe because political leaders were more responsive to popular pressure than to expert advice about long-term consequences. Corporate influence over technological development created additional problems by subordinating scientific research to profit motives rather than human welfare. The military-industrial complex that dominated pre-war America pursued weapons development without adequate consideration of the strategic instability that advanced destructive capabilities would create. The Brotherhood argues that these institutional failures were not accidental, but inevitable, given the structural incentives that govern democratic and capitalist systems. Politicians who warned about technological dangers would be defeated by opponents who promised immediate benefits. Corporations that prioritize safety over profits would be displaced by competitors willing to accept greater risks for higher returns. Only an organization specifically designed to resist these pressures could maintain the long-term perspective necessary for responsible technological stewardship. The Brotherhood's military structure insulates decision-makers from popular pressure, while their recruitment practices ensure that members are motivated by ideological commitment rather than personal gain. The practical application of these principles requires sophisticated procedures for evaluating technologies and determining appropriate levels of control or sharing. The Brotherhood has developed classification systems that categorize knowledge and equipment based on their potential for beneficial or harmful application. Technologies that address basic human needs, like medicine, agriculture, and communication, are generally considered appropriate for controlled sharing with qualified civilian populations. The Brotherhood provides training and oversight to ensure proper use while maintaining ultimate authority over distribution and development. Manufacturing technologies that could be used to produce weapons or other dangerous devices require more restrictive handling. The Brotherhood typically maintains exclusive control over such capabilities while using them to produce beneficial goods that can be traded or shared with allied communities. Military technologies and weapons of mass destruction are subject to the highest levels of security and control. The Brotherhood's doctrine requires that such knowledge be preserved for defensive purposes while being kept away from any individuals or organizations that might use it for aggression or coercion. The moral framework that guides these decisions emphasizes the Brotherhood's responsibility to future generations rather than immediate political considerations. Their role as technological guardians requires them to make unpopular decisions when necessary to prevent long-term catastrophe, even if such choices create short-term hardship or conflict. This long-term perspective distinguishes Brotherhood thinking from the democratic approaches that emphasize responsiveness to current public opinion. The Brotherhood argues that the welfare of unborn generations must take precedence over the immediate desires of current populations when those desires conflict with technological safety. The educational philosophy that governs Brotherhood training reflects their belief that technical competence must be combined with historical awareness and moral development. New members are required to study pre-war history, not just to understand how technologies function, but to comprehend why previous civilizations failed to use them responsibly. The emphasis on understanding past mistakes serves both practical and psychological purposes. Practically, it helps Brotherhood members recognize warning signs that might indicate developing problems with technological applications. Psychologically, it reinforces their sense of special mission and responsibility that motivates continued adherence to organizational principles. The Brotherhood's approach to scientific research and development reflects their conviction that the pursuit of knowledge must be guided by ethical considerations rather than simple curiosity or technical possibility. They support research that addresses identified human needs while opposing projects that seem likely to create new categories of danger or risk. This conservative approach to innovation has been criticized by external observers who argue that the Brotherhood's caution prevents beneficial developments that could improve human welfare. The organization's response is that responsible development takes longer than uncontrolled experimentation, but the results are more likely to be beneficial and less likely to cause unforeseen problems. The relationship between individual Brotherhood members and the broader human community reflects their understanding of elite responsibility and service. Members are expected to view themselves as servants of humanity rather than its masters, but their service takes the form of protection and guidance rather than simple obedience to popular will. This paternalistic approach creates inevitable tensions with democratic communities that prefer self-governance, even when it involves accepting greater risks or making less optimal decisions. The Brotherhood argues that their intervention is justified by the magnitude of the potential consequences, but they acknowledge that their authority ultimately depends on their ability to demonstrate beneficial results. The regional variations in Brotherhood philosophy that have developed over time reflect adaptations to local conditions while maintaining core principles. The East Coast chapter's emphasis on humanitarian intervention represents one interpretation of technological guardianship, while the West Coast chapter's focus on preservation and control represents another. These differences have created internal debates about the proper scope and methods of Brotherhood operations, but they have not fundamentally challenged the underlying belief in elite technological guardianship. The disagreements concern implementation rather than basic principles. The future evolution of Brotherhood philosophy will depend on their continued ability to demonstrate that their approach produces better outcomes than alternative systems of technological governance. Their success in preventing major catastrophes while contributing to human welfare provides evidence for their claims, but changing circumstances may require adaptations that test their fundamental assumptions. The ultimate validation of Brotherhood philosophy lies not in theoretical arguments, but in practical results over time. Their survival, for over 2 centuries, while maintaining their essential mission, suggests that their approach has merit, but the final judgment will depend on whether they can continue to adapt to new challenges while preserving the principles that have made them effective guardians of human technological heritage. Relationships with other factions. The Brotherhood of Steel's interactions with other major factions across the post-war American landscape reveal both the strengths and limitations of their approach to technological guardianship, while demonstrating how different philosophies about civilization, governance, and human nature can lead to both cooperation and conflict between groups that share similar ultimate goals. The relationship between the Brotherhood and the new California Republic represents perhaps the most complex and consequential factional interaction in post-war history. Both organizations emerged from the chaos following the Great War, with missions centered on preserving human civilization and preventing the mistakes that had led to nuclear catastrophe. Yet their fundamental approaches to achieving these goals proved to be irreconcilably different. The NCR's democratic ideology emphasizes popular sovereignty, individual rights, and the belief that ordinary people can govern themselves responsibly if provided with appropriate institutions and education. Their rapid territorial expansion and successful integration of diverse communities seem to validate the proposition that democratic governance could succeed in the post-war environment. From the Brotherhood's perspective, the NCR's success was both impressive and deeply troubling. The Republic's ability to mobilize large populations and coordinate complex projects demonstrated the potential benefits of democratic organization, but their willingness to distribute advanced technology without adequate oversight created risks that could ultimately prove catastrophic. The philosophical differences between these approaches became most apparent in their competing claims about technological responsibility. The NCR argued that citizens in a democratic society had the right to access knowledge and tools that could improve their lives, while the Brotherhood maintained that some technologies were too dangerous for general distribution, regardless of democratic mandates. The territorial conflicts that eventually led to open warfare were symptoms of these deeper ideological disagreements, rather than simple competition for resources. Both organizations needed access to advanced technology and energy sources, but they disagreed fundamentally about how such resources should be controlled and distributed. The military capabilities that each side brought to their conflict reflected their different approaches to organization and technology. The Brotherhood's superior individual equipment and training gave them significant tactical advantages, but the NCR's numerical superiority and logistical capabilities provided strategic benefits that ultimately proved decisive. The outcome of the NCR-Brotherhood War demonstrated that technological superiority alone was insufficient for achieving political objectives. When facing an enemy with greater popular support and more extensive resource bases, the Brotherhood's defeat forced them to reconsider assumptions about the relationship between military capability and political authority. The Enclave's relationship with the Brotherhood was defined by shared origins in pre-war American institutions, combined with completely different interpretations of what those origins implied for post-war responsibilities. Both organizations claimed to represent the true inheritors of American technological and military traditions, but their visions of restoration led to fundamentally different approaches to governance and human welfare. The Enclave's belief in genetic purity and their plan for eliminating mutated populations represented everything the Brotherhood had been created to oppose. The systematic genocide that the Enclave proposed violated basic principles about human dignity and the value of life that the Brotherhood considered non-negotiable. The technological capabilities that the Enclave possessed made them uniquely dangerous opponents whose advanced equipment rivaled or exceeded anything in the Brotherhood's arsenal. The discovery that pre-war manufacturing capabilities had been preserved intact challenged Brotherhood assumptions about their own technological supremacy while revealing threats that required immediate response. The cooperation between the Brotherhood and various Wasteland champions during the anti-Enclave campaigns demonstrated their ability to work effectively with outsiders when faced with existential threats. The success of these partnerships validated their belief that individuals could be trusted with advanced technology when they demonstrated appropriate character and judgment. The technology recovered from Enclave facilities provided the Brotherhood with capabilities that fundamentally altered their strategic position, while raising new questions about the proper limits of technological development. The manufacturing techniques and scientific knowledge gained from these victories offered possibilities for advancement that needed to be balanced against risks of corruption. The Institute represented a uniquely challenging opponent for the Brotherhood because their research programs embodied both the promise and the peril of uncontrolled scientific advancement. The underground facility's achievements in artificial intelligence, synthetic biology, and teleportation technology demonstrated what was possible when resources were devoted to pure research without external oversight. The ethical violations inherent in Institute operations validated Brotherhood concerns about the dangers of scientific research conducted without proper moral guidance. The replacement of surface dwellers with synthetic duplicates represented exactly the kind of dehumanizing abuse that technological guardianship was designed to prevent. The synthetic rights debates that emerged from the Institute conflict created new philosophical challenges for the Brotherhood, as they struggled to determine the proper relationship between artificial intelligence and human welfare. The question of whether synthetic beings deserved rights and protections forced them to examine assumptions about consciousness and moral status that their doctrine had not previously addressed. The destruction of the Institute eliminated an immediate threat while providing access to research materials that would influence Brotherhood development for generations. The decision to destroy rather than capture the facility reflected their conviction that some knowledge was too dangerous to preserve, regardless of its potential benefits. The railroad's underground network, dedicated to liberating synthetic humans, presented the Brotherhood with opponents whose motivations they could respect, even while disagreeing with their methods and objectives. The courage and dedication that railroad operatives demonstrated in pursuing their mission earned Brotherhood recognition despite their ideological differences. The conflict between Brotherhood and railroad forces was complicated by their shared opposition to Institute policies and their similar commitment to protecting vulnerable populations. The tactical cooperation that sometimes occurred between the groups demonstrated possibilities for finding common ground despite fundamental disagreements about synthetic rights. The Minutemen's revival under new leadership provided an example of democratic militia organization that addressed some Brotherhood concerns about civilian military capabilities while maintaining the community-based governance that they found problematic. The success of Minutemen operations demonstrated that ordinary citizens could organize effective defense forces when properly motivated and led. The relationship between Brotherhood and Minutemen forces was generally cooperative when their objectives aligned, but tensions emerged when their different approaches to technology and governance created conflicting priorities. The Minutemen's willingness to arm civilian populations with military-grade weapons violated Brotherhood principles about technological control. Caesar's Legion represented the antithesis of everything the Brotherhood believed about the relationship between knowledge and civilization. The Legion's deliberate rejection of advanced technology and their systematic persecution of educated populations embodied the kind of primitive barbarism that technological guardianship was designed to prevent. The Legion's military effectiveness, despite their technological limitations, forced the Brotherhood to reconsider assumptions about the relationship between equipment advantages and combat outcomes. The disciplined organization and tactical sophistication that Legion forces demonstrated suggested that other factors besides technology could determine military success. The ideological conflict between Brotherhood and Legion philosophies was so fundamental that meaningful cooperation was impossible, regardless of tactical considerations. The Legion's anti-intellectual ideology and practice of slavery violated core Brotherhood values in ways that made compromise unthinkable. The various merchant organizations and trading companies that operated throughout the post-war wasteland provided the Brotherhood with essential services while creating opportunities for beneficial technology transfer. The hub's commercial networks offered access to resources and information that would have been impossible to obtain through direct Brotherhood operations. The relationship between Brotherhood forces and merchant caravans was generally positive when both parties respected appropriate boundaries about technology sharing and security protocols. The protection services that the Brotherhood occasionally provided demonstrated their value to commercial operations while generating resources that supported their primary mission. Super mutant communities presented the Brotherhood with complex challenges that required both military and diplomatic responses. The intelligent mutants who had developed stable societies deserved consideration as legitimate participants in post-war civilization, while the feral and hostile populations required containment or elimination. The Brotherhood's approach to super mutant relations reflected their understanding that the creatures were victims victims of pre-war technological abuse rather than inherently evil enemies. Their policies emphasized protecting peaceful mutant communities while eliminating threats to human settlements. The ghoul populations that inhabited many post-war settlements provided the Brotherhood with valuable allies whose extended lifespans gave them access to pre-war knowledge and experience. The discrimination that ghouls faced from other human communities made them natural allies for an organization that valued competence over appearance. The technical expertise that many ghouls possessed as survivors of the pre-war era made them valuable contributors to Brotherhood operations when they could be recruited. Their immunity to radiation allowed them to operate in environments that were dangerous for normal humans, while their memories of pre-war technology provided insights that could not be obtained from documentation alone. The vault communities that emerged throughout the post-war landscape represented both opportunities and challenges for Brotherhood recruitment and technology recovery. The controlled environments of vault experiments had preserved knowledge and equipment, while creating populations with unique capabilities and perspectives. The relationship between Brotherhood and Vault communities depended heavily on the specific circumstances of each Vault's experiment and the attitudes of its inhabitants toward outside contact. Some Vaults provided valuable allies and recruits, while others created threats that required careful management or elimination. The underlying pattern that emerges from these diverse factional relationships is the Brotherhood's consistent emphasis on evaluating other groups based on their approach to technology and their willingness to accept appropriate oversight and guidance. Organizations that demonstrated responsible stewardship earned Brotherhood cooperation, while those that abused or ignored technological dangers faced opposition regardless of their other qualities. The success of these relationships generally depended on the Brotherhood's ability to demonstrate that their expertise and resources could provide benefits that outweighed the costs of accepting their authority or guidance. When they could deliver meaningful improvements in security, technology, or quality of life, other factions were willing to work with them despite philosophical disagreements. The failures in Brotherhood diplomacy typically occurred when their demands for technological control conflicted with other groups' core values or essential interests. The insistence on maintaining exclusive authority over certain categories of knowledge created barriers to cooperation that could not be overcome through negotiation or compromise. The long-term implications of these factional relationships extend far beyond immediate tactical or strategic considerations. The precedents established through Brotherhood interactions with other groups will influence post-war political development for generations, while shaping expectations about the proper role of technological elites in democratic societies. Technology and innovation. The technological arsenal that defines the Brotherhood of Steel represents far more than simply preserved relics from the pre-war era. Over their 2-century history, the organization has evolved from scavengers and maintainers of ancient equipment into active innovators who have pushed the boundaries of post-war engineering while developing entirely new categories of weapons, vehicles, and support systems that exceed the capabilities of their pre-war predecessors. The power armor that serves as the most iconic symbol of Brotherhood identity has undergone continuous refinement and improvement since the organization's founding at Mariposa Military Base. The T-45D suits that equipped the original Brotherhood members were impressive achievements of pre-war engineering, but they suffered from significant limitations in power efficiency, mobility, and protection that made extended operations difficult and dangerous. The T-51B power armor that became the Brotherhood standard during their expansion period represented a quantum leap in both protection and operational capability. The improved fusion power systems provided extended operational endurance, while the enhanced servo motors and joint mechanisms allowed for more natural movement and reduced fatigue during prolonged missions. The manufacturing techniques that the Brotherhood developed for maintaining and modifying these advanced systems required innovations that went far beyond simple repair and replacement. Their workshops became centers for metallurgical research and precision machining that produced components superior to original specifications while adapting to post-war material constraints and availability. The T-60 power armor systems that emerged from Brotherhood research programs during the Enclave conflict incorporated lessons learned from decades of field operations while integrating captured technology that provided new capabilities. The improved targeting systems and enhanced protection reflected understanding of combat requirements that could only have been gained through extensive practical experience. The X-01 power armor technology recovered from Enclave facilities represented the pinnacle of pre-war development programs that had continued in isolation while the Brotherhood struggled with resource limitations and manufacturing constraints. The integration of these advanced systems into Brotherhood operations required reverse engineering efforts that pushed their technical capabilities to new levels. The custom modifications that individual Brotherhood members developed for their personal equipment demonstrated the organization's culture of innovation and technical excellence. Senior personnel were encouraged to experiment with improvements and modifications that could enhance operational effectiveness while maintaining reliability and ease of maintenance. Energy weapons development within the Brotherhood has followed a similar trajectory of preservation, improvement, and innovation that reflects their growing understanding of directed energy principles and their increasing capability for indigenous manufacturing. The laser rifles that equipped early Brotherhood forces were essentially unmodified, pre-war military weapons that required careful maintenance and rationed ammunition. The plasma weapons that became increasingly common in Brotherhood arsenals represented both recovered pre-war technology and post-war innovations that improved reliability while reducing the maintenance requirements that had limited their practical utility. The manufacturing capabilities developed during the Enclave conflict allowed for production of improved plasma cartridges and replacement components. The Gatling laser systems that provide Brotherhood forces with heavy weapons capability demonstrate their ability to combine multiple technologies into entirely new weapon systems that address specific tactical requirements. These weapons required innovations in power management, cooling systems, and targeting mechanisms that exceeded anything attempted during the pre-war period. The experimental energy weapons that emerged from Brotherhood research programs pushed the boundaries of directed energy technology while exploring applications that had been considered too dangerous or impractical for pre-war development. The development of these systems required fundamental advances in physics and engineering that established the Brotherhood as leaders in post-war technological innovation. Vehicle technology has been an area of particular innovation for the Brotherhood as they adapted to the requirements of continental operations that exceeded the scope of anything their founders had envisioned. The vertibirds that became central to their air mobility capabilities were originally Enclave technology, but Brotherhood modifications and improvements transformed them into versatile platforms for transportation, reconnaissance, and fire support. The engineering challenges involved in maintaining and operating these aircraft in post-war conditions required innovations in fuel systems, avionics, and structural materials that drew on Brotherhood expertise, while pushing into entirely new areas of development. The harsh environmental conditions and limited infrastructure of the wasteland demanded reliability and maintainability that exceeded pre-war specifications. The Prydwen represents the culmination of Brotherhood, aerospace engineering, and their most ambitious technological achievement. The massive airship required innovations in construction techniques, propulsion systems, and life support technologies that established entirely new standards for post-war aviation capabilities. The design and construction of the Prydwen demonstrated the Brotherhood's evolution from users of pre-war technology into creators of new systems that addressed post-war requirements while exceeding the capabilities of their historical predecessors. The project required coordination between multiple Brotherhood chapters and allied settlements while establishing manufacturing capabilities that could support continued expansion. Computer and artificial intelligence technologies have presented the Brotherhood with some of their most complex challenges as they work to preserve beneficial capabilities while preventing the kind of technological catastrophes that their doctrine warns against. The terminals and data systems that they maintain contain irreplaceable archives of human knowledge while providing essential capabilities for research and operations. The AI systems that the Brotherhood has encountered range from simple automated programs to sophisticated entities like Liberty Prime that demonstrate near-human levels of decision-making capability. Their approach to these technologies emphasizes careful evaluation of each system's capabilities and potential applications while maintaining strict oversight of any development that might lead to autonomous artificial intelligence. The research into robotics and automation that the Brotherhood conducts reflects their understanding that these technologies offer enormous potential benefits for human welfare while creating risks that require careful management. Their workshops produce maintenance robots and automated systems that reduce human exposure to dangerous environments while increasing operational efficiency. The medical and scientific equipment that the Brotherhood maintains and develops serves both their internal needs and their humanitarian mission in communities that lack access to advanced healthcare. Their medical technology includes both preserved pre-war devices and post-war innovations that address health problems specific to the post-nuclear environment. The radiation treatment capabilities that the Brotherhood has developed represent one of their most important contributions to post-war human welfare. Their understanding of radiation effects and treatment protocols has been gained through decades of practical experience, while their equipment includes both adapted pre-war medical devices and entirely new technologies designed for post-war conditions. The manufacturing capabilities that the Brotherhood has developed represent perhaps their most significant achievement in terms of long-term sustainability and continued advancement. Their workshops can produce everything from simple spare parts to complex electronic components while maintaining the quality standards necessary for reliable operation under demanding conditions. The metallurgy and materials science programs that support Brotherhood manufacturing have produced innovations in alloy composition and processing techniques that exceed pre-war capabilities in many areas. The harsh conditions of post-war operations have demanded materials with properties that were not required before the nuclear war, while resource limitations have forced innovations in recycling and conservation. The precision machining and electronics manufacturing capabilities that the Brotherhood maintains require constant innovation to adapt pre-war techniques to post-war materials and requirements. Their ability to produce integrated circuits and other complex components has been essential for maintaining their advanced systems while enabling continued development of new technologies. The quality control and testing procedures that govern Brotherhood manufacturing reflect their understanding that equipment failure in the wasteland can have life or death consequences for personnel and missions. Their standards exceed pre-war military specifications while incorporating lessons learned from decades of field operations under extreme conditions. The research and development programs that guide Brotherhood technological advancement reflect their commitment to controlled innovation that addresses identified needs while avoiding the kind of unrestrained experimentation that contributed to pre-war catastrophes. Their research priorities emphasize practical applications that can improve human welfare while enhancing Brotherhood capabilities. The theoretical research that supports Brotherhood development programs includes fundamental work in physics, chemistry, and engineering that advances human understanding while providing the foundation for practical applications. Their scientists work to understand the principles underlying both pre-war and post-war technologies while exploring possibilities for entirely new approaches to persistent problems. The technology transfer programs that the Brotherhood maintains with allied communities demonstrate their commitment to beneficial application of their knowledge while maintaining appropriate oversight and control. Their approach emphasizes training and education that enables responsible use while preventing misuse or accident. The long-term implications of Brotherhood technological development extend far beyond their immediate organizational needs. Their innovations are establishing the foundation for post-war technological advancement that could eventually restore and exceed pre-war capabilities while avoiding the mistakes that led to nuclear catastrophe. The legacy of Brotherhood innovation will ultimately be measured not just by the advanced equipment they produce, but by their success in demonstrating that technological progress can be achieved through careful planning and responsible oversight rather than uncontrolled experimentation and market-driven development. Legacy and historical impact. The Brotherhood of Steel's influence on post-war American civilization extends far beyond their immediate military and technological capabilities to encompass fundamental changes in how human communities approach questions of governance, education, and the relationship between knowledge and power. Their two-century presence in the wasteland has shaped political development, technological advancement, and social organization in ways that will continue to influence human civilization for generations to come. The most visible aspect of the Brotherhood's legacy lies in the settlements and communities that have benefited directly from their protection and technological assistance. From the water caravans that carry purified resources across the Capital Wasteland to the energy systems that power growing cities throughout California, Brotherhood innovations have provided the infrastructure foundation that enables post-war recovery and development. The communities that have experienced Brotherhood protection have developed faster and more sustainably than those forced to rely solely on their own resources. Access to advanced medical technology has reduced mortality rates and improved quality of life, while energy systems and manufacturing capabilities have supported economic development that would have been impossible without external assistance. But the Brotherhood's impact on settlement development extends beyond the immediate benefits of their technology to include changes in governance structures and social organization that reflect their influence on post-war political thinking. Communities that have worked closely with the Brotherhood have often adopted hierarchical leadership models and merit-based advancement systems that mirror Brotherhood practices. The educational programs that the Brotherhood has supported in allied settlements have created generations of wastelanders with technical knowledge and scientific literacy that far exceed the standards of most post-war communities. These educational initiatives have produced local experts who can maintain and operate advanced equipment while understanding the principles that make such technology possible. The cultural impact of Brotherhood educational efforts extends beyond immediate practical applications to include changes in attitudes toward learning, innovation, and the value of preserved knowledge. Communities influenced by Brotherhood teaching have developed libraries, schools, and research programs that continue their mission of preserving and advancing human knowledge. The political influence that the Brotherhood has exercised through their alliances and interventions has shaped the development of governance structures throughout the post-war landscape. Their preference for stable, competent leadership has influenced selection processes and institutional development in ways that favor long-term planning over short-term popularity. The Brotherhood's approach to technological sharing has established precedents for how advanced knowledge should be controlled and distributed that influence policy discussions throughout the wasteland. Even communities that reject their authority often structure their own technology policies in response to Brotherhood examples and arguments. The military innovations that the Brotherhood has pioneered have been adopted by other factions and organizations throughout the post-war world. Their tactical doctrines, equipment designs, and organizational structures have influenced military development far beyond their direct sphere of influence. The logistics and supply systems that the Brotherhood developed for supporting their operations have provided models for large-scale coordination that other organizations have adapted to their own needs. Their approaches to resource management, personnel deployment, and infrastructure development have informed planning processes throughout the wasteland. The economic impact of Brotherhood operations has extended through trade networks and commercial relationships that connect communities across vast distances. Their participation in wasteland commerce has helped establish currency standards, trade protocols, and commercial law that facilitate economic development throughout the region. The technological standards that the Brotherhood maintains for equipment and procedures have influenced manufacturing and quality control practices in communities that produce goods for Brotherhood use or seek to meet their specifications. These standards have helped establish industry practices that improve reliability and safety across the wasteland. The research methodologies that the Brotherhood has developed for analyzing and understanding pre-war technology have been shared with allied communities and independent researchers, advancing scientific knowledge and technological capability beyond their immediate organizational boundaries. The documentation and archival practices that preserve Brotherhood knowledge have provided models for other organizations seeking to maintain libraries and databases under post-war conditions. Their approaches to information management and preservation have helped prevent the loss of valuable knowledge while ensuring its accessibility for future generations. The moral and philosophical framework that guides Brotherhood decision-making has influenced ethical debates throughout the post-war world about the proper relationship between technological capability and social responsibility. Even critics of Brotherhood policies often frame their arguments in terms that acknowledge the importance of the questions they raise. The precedents that the Brotherhood has established for technological intervention in humanitarian crises have influenced international and inter-community relationships throughout the wasteland. Their willingness to commit resources for humanitarian purposes has encouraged similar efforts by other organizations while creating expectations about elite responsibility for public welfare. The long-term political implications of Brotherhood influence include changes in how post-war communities think about expertise, authority, and the role of intellectual elites in democratic societies. Their success in demonstrating the value of technical knowledge has influenced recruitment practices and leadership selection throughout the wasteland. The institutional models that the Brotherhood has created for combining military efficiency with intellectual advancement have been studied and adapted by other organizations seeking to balance security needs with educational and research missions. Their hierarchical structure and advancement policies have influenced organizational development throughout the post-war world. The technological preservation efforts that remain the Brotherhood's core mission have prevented the loss of knowledge and capabilities that would have been irreplaceable if allowed to disappear. Their archives and workshops contain information that enables continued advancement, while their personnel possess skills that cannot be easily replaced. The manufacturing capabilities that the Brotherhood has developed and maintained provide the foundation for technological advancement that could eventually restore pre-war living standards while avoiding the mistakes that led to nuclear catastrophe. Their commitment to quality and reliability has established standards that influence production throughout the wasteland. The scientific research programs that the Brotherhood supports have contributed to fundamental understanding of radiation effects, genetic mutation, and environmental recovery that benefits all post-war communities regardless of their political relationships with the organization. The medical advances that have emerged from Brotherhood research and practice have been shared throughout the wasteland through their educational programs and humanitarian missions, reducing suffering and improving health outcomes for populations that have no direct contact with their organization. The transportation and communication networks that the Brotherhood maintains have facilitated trade, diplomacy, and cultural exchange throughout the post-war world, while providing infrastructure that other organizations can utilize for their own purposes. The security and stability that Brotherhood operations have provided in key regions has created conditions that enable economic development, population growth, and social advancement that would be impossible under constant threat from raiders, mutants, or other hostile forces. The international relationships that the Brotherhood has established with other major factions have influenced diplomacy and conflict resolution throughout the post-war world, while demonstrating possibilities for cooperation between groups with different philosophies and objectives. The cultural and intellectual influence that the Brotherhood exercises through their educational and research activities has helped maintain connections to pre-war knowledge and values, while encouraging continued learning and innovation in post-war communities. The ultimate measure of the Brotherhood's historical impact will be determined by whether the post-war world they have helped shape can avoid repeating the catastrophic mistakes that destroyed the previous civilization. Their success in preserving knowledge while preventing its abuse will determine whether humanity can achieve sustainable technological advancement or will face another cycle of progress and destruction. The legacy that the Brotherhood of Steel leaves for future generations will depend not just on the immediate benefits they have provided, but on their success in establishing institutions and precedents that can guide human development long after their current leadership and personnel are gone. Their contribution to post-war civilization will ultimately be measured by the sustainability and wisdom of the society they have helped create. Future prospects and speculation. The Brotherhood of Steel stands at a crossroads in 2287. Their triumph over the Institute, having established them as the dominant technological power in post-war America, while creating responsibilities and opportunities that will test every aspect of their organizational capabilities and philosophical foundations. The choices they make in the coming decades will determine whether they can fulfill their founders' vision of technological guardianship on a continental scale, or will face new challenges that exceed their ability to adapt and overcome. The immediate aftermath of their Commonwealth victory has provided the Brotherhood with capabilities that their founders could never have imagined. The manufacturing technologies recovered from Institute facilities offer possibilities for indigenous production of advanced equipment that could make them largely self-sufficient, while enabling expansion on an unprecedented scale. The teleportation technology that they captured during the Institute assault represents a quantum leap in transportation capability that could revolutionize their approach to continental operations. The ability to deploy personnel and equipment instantly across vast distances would eliminate many of the logistical constraints that have limited their previous expansion efforts. The synthetic technology that they acquired raises complex questions about the proper applications of artificial intelligence and biotechnology that will require careful consideration as they develop policies for its use or disposal. The ethical implications of synthetic consciousness challenge traditional Brotherhood thinking about the boundaries between human and artificial intelligence. The political relationships that the Brotherhood has established throughout the Commonwealth create both opportunities and obligations that will influence their future development. The settlements that have come to rely on Brotherhood protection and technological support expect continued assistance while providing resources and recruits that enable further expansion. The precedents that Arthur Maxson has established for combining traditional Brotherhood values with adaptive leadership provide a framework for managing the organization's evolution while maintaining its essential character. His success in reunifying the East Coast chapter while expanding their capabilities demonstrates the possibility of growth without fundamental compromise of core principles. The continental expansion that now seems possible would require coordination between Brotherhood chapters that have developed different approaches to their shared mission. The philosophical differences between East and West Coast operations would need to be reconciled or accommodated within a larger organizational structure. The relationship with the new California Republic remains one of the most significant challenges facing Brotherhood expansion plans. The NCR's continued growth and democratic development have created a powerful alternative model for post-war governance that competes with Brotherhood authority while offering possibilities for cooperation under appropriate circumstances. The possibility of reconciliation between the Brotherhood and the NCR depends heavily on both organizations' willingness to compromise on issues that have previously been considered non-negotiable. The NCR's demand for technological access would need to be balanced against Brotherhood concerns about proper oversight and control. A potential alliance between these organizations could combine their respective strengths while addressing their individual weaknesses. Brotherhood technological capabilities could enhance NCR development, while Republican resources and manpower could support Brotherhood expansion beyond their current limitations. The emergence of new threats from unexplored regions of the former United States could provide common challenges that encourage cooperation between previously antagonistic factions. Reports of advanced technology and organized military forces in other areas suggest that both the Brotherhood and NCR may face opponents that exceed their individual capabilities. The possibility of establishing permanent Brotherhood presence in other regions depends on their ability to adapt their methods to local conditions while maintaining organizational unity across continental distances. The success of their East Coast operations provides a model, but different regions may require entirely new approaches. The technological developments that the Brotherhood pursues in the coming years will determine their continued relevance in a world where other organizations are also advancing their capabilities. The choice between focusing on improvement of existing systems versus pursuing entirely new technologies will have long-term implications for their competitive position. The artificial intelligence research that they inherited from the Institute could lead to breakthroughs that revolutionize both their internal operations and their relationship with other factions. The development of AI systems that enhance human capability without replacing human judgment could provide decisive advantages while remaining consistent with Brotherhood values. The manufacturing automation that advanced robotics could enable would allow the Brotherhood to produce equipment and supplies on a scale that could support truly continental operations. The combination of AI coordination with robotic production could overcome the personnel limitations that have historically constrained their expansion. The energy technologies that they continue to develop could provide solutions to the resource scarcity that affects most post-war communities. Improved fusion systems and renewable energy sources could enable population growth and economic development that would transform the post-war landscape. The medical and biotechnology applications that emerge from their research could address the ongoing effects of radiation exposure and genetic damage that continue to affect post-war populations. The development of treatments for these conditions could provide humanitarian benefits that enhance Brotherhood reputation while demonstrating the positive potential of advanced technology. The educational and training programs that the Brotherhood expands could create generations of technically competent individuals throughout the wasteland who share their values and understanding of technological responsibility. The long-term influence of these educational efforts could shape post-war civilization more profoundly than any military or political intervention. The cultural and philosophical impact that the Brotherhood continues to exercise through their operations and policies will influence how future generations think about the relationship between knowledge and power. Their example could establish precedents that guide human development for centuries to come. The challenges that the Brotherhood will face in maintaining their mission as they grow larger and more influential include the risk of bureaucratic calcification that could reduce their effectiveness, while the temptations of power could corrupt their commitment to service and responsibility. The succession planning that becomes increasingly important as the organization grows will need to ensure that future leaders maintain the vision and principles that have made the Brotherhood effective while adapting to circumstances that current leadership cannot anticipate. The external pressures that the Brotherhood will face as they become more prominent in post-war politics include expectations from allied communities that may exceed their capabilities and opposition from groups that view their authority as illegitimate, regardless of their beneficial contributions. The technological challenges that lie ahead include the need to maintain and improve their equipment while developing new capabilities that address emerging threats and opportunities. The balance between innovation and preservation will continue to test their engineering and research capabilities. The ultimate success of the Brotherhood's mission will depend on their ability to demonstrate that elite technological guardianship can serve human welfare more effectively than alternative approaches to post-war governance and development. Their continued relevance requires proving that their methods produce better outcomes than democratic alternatives. The legacy that the Brotherhood creates through their future actions will determine whether they are remembered as the saviors of human civilization or as an elite organization that claimed authority they could not justify. The choices they make will shape not just their own destiny, but the future of technological development throughout the post-war world. The vision that guides Brotherhood development in the coming century must balance their traditional mission of technological preservation with the expanded responsibilities that success has created. Their ability to adapt to changing circumstances while maintaining their essential character will determine whether they can continue to serve as guardians of human knowledge and welfare. The Brotherhood of Steel has survived and prospered for over 2 centuries by maintaining their commitment to principles that transcend immediate circumstances, while demonstrating the flexibility necessary to adapt to changing conditions. Their future success will depend on continuing this balance between consistency and adaptation as they face challenges that will test every aspect of their organizational capabilities and moral foundations. Conclusion and final reflection. As we reach the end of this epic journey through 2 centuries of Brotherhood of Steel history, we find ourselves confronting the same fundamental questions that drove Captain Roger Maxson to rebel against his government in those desperate hours before the Great War. The story we have traced from the sterile corridors of Mariposa Military Base to the triumphant arrival of the Pridwen over Boston is ultimately a story about human nature itself, about the eternal struggle between our capacity for creation and our tendency toward destruction. The Brotherhood of Steel emerged from humanity's darkest moment not as conquerors seeking power, but as guardians haunted by the knowledge of what unchecked technological advancement could accomplish. Every decision they have made, every battle they have fought, and every alliance they have forged has been shaped by the understanding that the same scientific knowledge that could cure diseases and provide unlimited energy could also reduce entire civilizations to radioactive ash. The transformation that we have witnessed over these past hours tells us something profound about the nature of institutions and the people who create them. Roger Maxson founded an organization dedicated to preventing the repetition of pre-war mistakes. But he could never have imagined that his small band of military rebels would evolve into a continental power capable of shaping the destiny of millions. Each generation of Brotherhood leadership has faced the challenge of interpreting their founder's vision while adapting to circumstances that previous leaders could not have anticipated. Elder Maxson II's expansion policies, Elder Lyons' humanitarian missions, and Arthur Maxson's continental campaigns each represented different approaches to the same fundamental mission of technological guardianship. The internal conflicts that have periodically divided the Brotherhood reflect deeper tensions about the relationship between means and ends that have no easy resolution. The debates between hardliners and progressives, between isolationists and interventionists, between preservationists and innovators, mirror larger questions about elite responsibility and democratic governance that extend far beyond any single organization. The military campaigns that have defined Brotherhood history demonstrate both the potential and the limitations of technological superiority as a basis for political authority. Their victories over the Master's super mutants and the Enclave's genocidal forces prove that advanced equipment and superior training could triumph over overwhelming odds when moral clarity provided motivation and strategic wisdom guided deployment. But their defeat in the war with the new California Republic revealed that technological advantages alone were insufficient for achieving long-term political objectives when facing opponents with greater popular support and more extensive resource bases. The lesson that emerged from this failure was that sustainable authority required legitimacy that went beyond simple military capability. The philosophical evolution that has characterized Brotherhood development reflects their ongoing struggle to balance competing imperatives that cannot be perfectly reconciled. Their mission of technological preservation requires them to maintain control over dangerous knowledge, but their commitment to human welfare demands that they share beneficial innovations with communities that need them. The regional variations that have emerged within the Brotherhood demonstrate that their core principles can be expressed through different methods depending on local circumstances and leadership personalities. The East Coast chapter's emphasis on humanitarian intervention and the West Coast chapter's focus on preservation and control represent different interpretations of the same fundamental commitment to responsible technological stewardship. The relationships that the Brotherhood has developed with other major factions reveal both the possibilities and the limitations of cooperation between organizations with different approaches to post-war governance. Their alliances with wasteland champions and their conflicts with democratic governments illustrate the complex dynamics that shape interfactional politics in the post-nuclear world. The technological innovations that the Brotherhood has pioneered and preserved have provided the foundation for post-war recovery, while demonstrating that scientific advancement can serve human welfare when guided by appropriate moral principles. Their manufacturing capabilities, medical research, and infrastructure development have contributed to improvements in living standards that benefit communities throughout the wasteland. The educational and cultural influence that the Brotherhood has exercised through their operations and policies has shaped how post-war generations think about the relationship between knowledge and responsibility. Their emphasis on merit-based advancement and their commitment to preserving human knowledge have established precedents that influence social development far beyond their immediate sphere of influence. The moral framework that guides Brotherhood decision-making has been tested repeatedly by circumstances that required them to choose between competing values and principles. Their responses to these dilemmas have revealed both the strengths and the limitations of elite guardianship as an approach to technological governance. The legacy that the Brotherhood has created through their two-century presence in the post-war world extends far beyond their immediate military and political achievements, to encompass fundamental changes in how human communities approach questions of governance, education, and social organization. Their influence will continue to shape civilization long after their current personnel and leadership have passed into history. The future that awaits the Brotherhood of Steel depends on their ability to continue adapting to changing circumstances while maintaining the principles that have made them effective guardians of human knowledge and welfare. The challenges they will face in the coming decades will test every aspect of their organizational capabilities and philosophical foundations. The success of their mission ultimately depends not on their ability to accumulate power or control territory, but on their success in demonstrating that elite institutions can serve human welfare more effectively than alternative approaches to post-war governance. Their continued relevance requires proving that technological guardianship produces better outcomes than uncontrolled development or democratic distribution of advanced knowledge. The questions that the Brotherhood's existence raises about the proper relationship between expertise and authority, between individual freedom and collective security, between technological progress and moral responsibility, remain as relevant today as they were when Captain Maxson first confronted the horrors of Mariposa Military Base. The story of the Brotherhood of Steel is ultimately the story of humanity's ongoing struggle to master the tools we create before they master us. Their successes and failures, their adaptations and rigidities, their moments of heroism and their lapses in judgment, all reflect larger patterns of human behavior that extend far beyond the fictional world of the post-nuclear wasteland. As we conclude this comprehensive examination of their history, we are left with the understanding that the Brotherhood of Steel represents both humanity's greatest hope and its most persistent challenge. They embody our capacity for learning from past mistakes while demonstrating the difficulty of applying that knowledge consistently under changing circumstances. The motto that has guided them for over 2 centuries, Ad Victoriam, speaks not just to military triumph, but to the victory of wisdom over ignorance, of responsibility over recklessness, of human dignity over technological tyranny. Whether they can continue to embody these values as they face the challenges of an uncertain future remains one of the great questions of the post-war world. The Brotherhood of Steel stands as a testament to the possibility that human institutions can transcend their origins while maintaining their essential purpose. Their story reminds us that the choices we make about how to organize our societies and govern our technologies will determine whether we build a future worthy of our highest aspirations or repeat the catastrophic mistakes that have marked our past. In the end, the true measure of the Brotherhood's success will not be found in the territories they control or the technologies they possess, but in the world they help create for future generations. Their legacy will be written not in the archives they preserve, but in the lives they touch and the civilization they help build from the ashes of the old world. Ad Victoriam, indeed, to victory over the forces that would drag humanity back into darkness, to victory over the impulses that led to the Great War, to victory over despair and cynicism and the belief that human beings are incapable of governing themselves wisely. The Brotherhood of Steel's greatest triumph may yet lie ahead, in proving that technological guardianship and human freedom can coexist in service of a future that honors both our achievements and our aspirations. Thank you for joining me on this epic journey through the complete history of the Brotherhood of Steel. If you found this comprehensive exploration valuable, please subscribe to the channel and hit that notification bell for more deep dives into the rich lore of the post-apocalyptic world. Until next time, remember that knowledge is power, but wisdom is knowing how to use it responsibly. Ad Victoriam.